Audiocast test.
Okay, Rachel, here I am. I can't see you, so you have to go to the door to give me the hands, the signal that you can actually hear me. Well, I know you can hear me because there you are. So this is the English one, and this is the French one. Talking in French. Hang on one sec. This is English now. I'm talking on English. Excellent. And now I'm talking on French. Testing French. Excellent. Thank you very much. That's it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask members of council.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je vais demander aux membres du Conseil de s'asseoir. Nous allons commencer dans une minute.
If anyone would like to speak to any items on.
Si vous voulez parler d'un point à l'ordre du jour, veuillez voir le greffier à la table à l'extérieur et remplir une formule.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bon matin, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue à la réunion du comité.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à la réunion. Conflit d'intérêts. Ratification du procès verbal du 4 février 2014. Report, partenariat immobilier. Nous avons 2 points là-dessus. Nous y reviendrons. Les articles du maire. Examen indépendant du pont piétonnier et cyclable de la promenade de l'aéroport. Bureau du vérificateur général, plan de travail de 2014. On va revenir là-dessus.
The Bank Street Business Improvement Area Board of Management, the appointment of Rima Zabian. Carried. Item number 5, appointment to the Glebe Business Improvement Area Board of Management, appointment of Kesia Podetz, Eric Kunstad, and Melissa Summers. Carried. Elections 2014, advance votes, dates, and times. We have a delegate, so we'll come back to that. City Treasurer and Finance, General Accounts Write-Offs 2013, carried. And these numbers, I'm told, are going down, which is the right direction we like to see them. Repayment and extension agreements executed in 2013, carried, received. 2013 Statement of Remuneration, Benefits, and Expenses paid to members of Council and Council appointees, received. Conservation Authorities, 2014 levies, carried. 2014 budgets and special levies for business improvement areas and Spark Street Mall Authority, carried. And Council enact the bylaw, BIA levy bylaws and Spark Street Mall Authority bylaw for BIAs and Mall Authority listed in Recommendation 1, carried. Disposition of 2013 tax and rate-supported operating surplus deficit. Hold. Municipal Capital Facilities Designation and Agreement 255 Mackay Street. Carried. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for that work. Economic Development Branch, approval of Orleans CIP grant application submitted by 6573339 Canada Inc. for grant for 373 Vantage Drive. Carried.
I'll dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Dissent by Councillor Hubley. Item 15, Municipal Capital Facilities and Contributions Agreement, City View Centre for Child and Family Services. Carried. Item 16, Planning and Infrastructure Real Estate Partnership and Development Office, Delegation of Authority, Acquisition, Disposal, and Lease of Real Property, 1st of July to 31st of December 2013. Received. Councillor's item, Councillor Harder, Ottawa Christian School Association. Carried. And information previously distributed. And then under other business, we have one motion that we'll get to at that point. So our first item is a postponement and deferral from the Real Estate Partnership and Development Office, and we have two delegates who wish to speak. So I don't know, Mr. Kirkpatrick, if there's a presentation on this. The motions are before you, and I have at least one motion from Councillor McCray, and I believe Councillor Deans. Do you have that motion? Because I don't have a copy of it. Can I get a hard copy of that, please? So does everyone have Councillor McCray's motion? So do we have a presentation, or is... okay, so who will do that presentation?
Mr. McNair will do the presentation, Your Worship.
Okay, so we'll do the presentation, then we'll ask the councillors to introduce their motions, and then if you can hold your questions, we'll go to the two members of the public who are here to speak to this. The first is Euphrases Emedy, Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre, and the next is George Hanna and Bassam Hamwi, St. Elias Cathedral Parish Council. Mr. McNair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In front of you today, the report deals with three recommendations. The first recommendation deals with authorizing the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation to participate in the planning and redevelopment of the city-owned lands in Canada West. The second motion deals with, a recommendation deals with declaring 4 parcels of land surplus. And the third recommendation deals with transferring the 4 parcels of land into the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation. As far as the Canada West lands, this is, goes back to council approval back in 2003 with 1,360 acres that were approved. As a result of that, also there's a Canada West ownership group which was formed. And the city owns land in this area. We own a total of 73 acres. It consists of 2 components. Part of it's the Maple Yards Workyard, as well as a parcel of land on Hazeldean Road. And what we're seeking here is that the OCLD it would be participating as part of the Canada West Ownership Group as the owner and representing the owner in that interest, since it involves a future development at a later date. And if you look at the next slide, I apologize for the quality of it, but it does show the Hazeldean Road, and it also shows the Maple Grove lands as part of the Canada West. And as far as the Hazeldean Road lands, it's basically located just on Hazeldean Road. It's just north of the Ibar Industrial Park, and to the west and to the east it has existing commercial and future commercial, and the highest and best use for this particular site would be commercial development. As far as the actual land size, it's 11 acres of land. As I mentioned, it has future commercial development, but also to the north of the site is UNA natural urban natural area developments, Pool Creek. So what we're proposing to do is to protect the buffer land along the creek before any disposal took place, and we're moving forward with the rezoning of those lands as well. The next parcel deals with 1770 Heatherington Yard. This is a former works yard, and council approved back in 2007 ward consolidation, which saw these lands decommissioned and consolidated with the development at Conroy Road. And the site consists of approximately 8 acres of land, and there were contamination issues. Staff have dealt with the contamination issues. We've spent approximately $1 million to date to deal with the impacts from both the salt and the petroleum. And the intent here would be to look at a possible rezoning, but before we did that, there would be public consultation that would be involved. The other idea with this particular site, as requested, was to protect a portion of the lands for a community garden, which was approximately 0.4 of an acre to be protected for future community gardens. And this site shows it. It's located within the Albion, Heatherington, and Fairleigh community. And again, it's just south of Walkley Road on Heatherington. The next site is 3071 Riverside Drive. This is the former Bayview Public School. This is a site that council directed staff to purchase back in 2007, and it consisted of approximately 10 acres of land. In addition to that, council subsequently directed council to or staff to acquire a small parcel of land on Springland Drive in order to enhance these lands. And there's been a series of public consultation sessions that have taken place, including a report that came back to Council in 2009 to approve the concept plan that have been developed through the community consultation process. And as you can see on this slide, it's a prime piece of development land, ideally for residential, but the intent would be retaining 2 acres of the site for a sports field. And then as far as a public consultation, in terms of some discussions that come out, we'd be looking at low to medium density residential. And the third and last site is 2500 Saint Laurent Boulevard. This site is located, next slide please. This site is located in the Ottawa Business Park, and it consists of 2.87 acres of land. And this goes back to a number of years ago, in 1988, when the former city of Ottawa sold the site, and then it subsequently sold to what's known as Loblaws. There were some issues, though, with regards to the buyback, because there were covenants around the deed that basically said they had to perform and do certain things within a certain time frame. They didn't perform, so Council directed staff to move forward and to repurchase the property. So we have repurchased the property, and the intent is now, based on the direction that we received from Council with regards to the covenant would be enforced, and we'd be moving forward with the future disposal of these lands as well, or this parcel as well. And this is shown on this slide, and again, it's in the Ottawa Industrial Park, or Business Park. So to conclude, the recommendations are as follows: to allow staff, as part of the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation, to participate with the Canada West Ownership Group, to declare the 4 parcels that I mentioned surplus, and to transfer the 4 properties into the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. So we have a number of speakers, and we're going to need a chair. Which chair, Mr. Clerk? Is it that one? Right by the camera there. So if Euphrasie Emady from Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre could come forward. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, yeah. My apologies, I was going to get the 2 movers of the motion. So Councillor McCrae, if you could introduce your motion.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Ask that the motion get put up on the screen. But, Mr. Mayor, I'll just cut to the chase what this is all about today. As we may recall, last term of council, we went through significant visioning exercises with this property. The 2 visioning exercises culminated with a concept plan that staff provided to council in December 2009 that was approved by unanimous council. We went on to buy an extra piece of property to give access to this land. And so, Mr. Mayor, after working with you and the City Manager on this motion, it simply directs the Land Development Corporation to follow the principles that are outlined in the concept plan when this land gets sent to it. So the notion being that the transfer is conditional upon following those principles. So very similar to what would have happened had this property been around when there was a Land Development Corporation. There wasn't a corporation at the time, and it was supposed to come back to corporate services and ultimately go through the zoning process, which will be a very public process. But because we now have a corporation, we added this amendment, if you will, which would have come forward with the plan at the time had we had a Land Development Corporation. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Kirkpatrick, for crafting this motion and for helping me provide the consistency in terms of what we do when we do a consultation, then we put it in the corporation. So similar to what Councillor Deans is working with in her next motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Deans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to actually read the motion first and then say just a couple words about it. Whereas staff is recommending that the property known as 1770 Hetherington Road be declared surplus to city requirements and transferred to the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation for disposal. And whereas the City of Ottawa is the sole shareholder of the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation, and whereas the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation's mandate requires due consideration be given to social, environmental, cultural, and financial considerations, and whereas the community adjacent to 1770 Hetherington Road has not yet had the opportunity to be consulted regarding the future development of this site in the same manner as other similar properties, including Qualicum, 25 Esquimalt Avenue, Mackey House, 19 Leaming, and the former Bayview School, 3071 Riverside Drive. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to undertake a comprehensive community consultation exercise in a similar manner to what was done for the three aforementioned properties, involving city staff from Real Estate Partnerships and Development Office, Parks, Rec, and Cultural Services, Planning and Growth Management, and Community and Social Services, and led by the Ward Councillor, prior to the transfer of 1770 Hetherington Road to the Ottawa Community Development Lands Corporation, and be it further resolved that the comprehensive consultation occur after the Walkley Road zoning exercise is complete, as well as the Ministry of Environment site remediation work is complete, and be it further resolved that the results of the community consultation process be reported back to the appropriate standing committee and council as part of the final report recommending the formal transfer of 1770 Hetherington Road to the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation, on the understanding that there may be additional conditions of transfer and or the retention of some of the land for city use. And Mr. Mayor, I want to thank the city staff for working with me on this, and certainly in the early iterations, they're very cooperative with helping me to attain a community garden, and I think you'll hear from some of the speakers this morning that food security issues are very important in this neighborhood, and a community garden will be important. But since a decision was made by this council last fall to change the transportation master plan and put more density along Walkley Road, making it an arterial main street, I do believe that this property needs to have a rethink with that in mind, and the community needs to be fully consulted prior to any decisions made on this land, and I think you'll hear that from the community this morning as well. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your help and cooperation, and my colleagues who helped with this motion as well. I think this will serve this community, which is a community at risk, and really, Mr. Mayor, you'll remember about a year ago I hosted a community event in this community called We Care, and it was an opportunity for the community to come together because there are people in that neighborhood that are fearful, that they're afraid to come out of their homes, that have significant issues. It's a very multicultural community. It's very diverse. It's a lot of single-parent family homes, and the social issues are challenging for the city, and I think that this land provides us an opportunity that is not to be missed to look at helping this community at risk. So I want to thank everyone who has helped us get to this point today, and hopefully this motion will pass. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Just one friendly amendment. I think instead of appropriate standing committee, we know it goes back to FEDCO, so we'll change that to FEDCO with your concurrence. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other motions before we hear from the public? Est-ce qu'il y a des autres motions? Okay, so we have Euphrases Emedy from Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre, followed by George Hanna and Bassam Hamwi, then Deanna Sheriff, and then Crystal Casey. So if anyone else would like to speak, if you could fill out one of the forms, Mr. Clerk, I think it's at the door. Yes. Welcome, Euphrases. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
If you can speak as close to the microphone as possible. En français ou en anglais.
Thank you. My name is Euphrasie Emedy, Community Developer at Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre. I'm here today with some community members also to request that you do not dispose of the land at 1770 Hetherington Road. While we appreciate the recommendation to save space for 40 to 50 plots for community gardens, we would respectfully request that you increase the number of plots and take this opportunity to also create more green space and parkland for the residents in this densely populated community in Ottawa South. We would hope that before the land is transferred to the Ottawa Community Land Development Corporation, the community members in this area be given a chance to express their concerns and interests. Southeast Ottawa Community Health Center's mission is to support and promote the health and well-being of individuals, families, and community at large. Our experience has been, and the research will show, that the design of a community's built environment influences the physical and mental health of its residents. We firmly believe that harnessing this land and creating natural green spaces with opportunities for community gardens will support the health development of children, youth, and their families, which in turn will support healthy communities. As I'm sure you are aware, the Ottawa Neighborhood Studies indicates that the Ledbury, Heron Gate, Richmond, Elmwood area is an extremely diverse neighborhood with high numbers of residents living below the poverty line. The association between socioeconomic status and health has been well documented. As socioeconomic status decreases, health status worsens across the population. Access to outdoor green space has been demonstrated as one important factor in supporting well-being, and this densely populated area lacks the same access as other parts of the city. In terms of green space, the same study clearly indicates that this neighborhood is well below the city average. So this neighborhood has only 24.3 meters square of park space for every resident. This is well below the city average of 34.3 meters square per residence. So we just want to show that this area would be a very, very good opportunity for the residents in that area to access to green space and to access also to community gardens. So we really thank you very much to taking this into consideration. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark, did you have a question of the delegation? Councillor McRae to the delegation.
I'm waiting for the motions, but I thought I'd get my order in before I forgot.
So we're just having questions to this delegation. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor McRae, a question to the delegation? Just push it again.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Frazee, for coming out today. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to work with you in our community. At the very beginning of your presentation, you said that you don't want committee to transfer this land or to sell this property. But I want to clarify, I think you mean without passing Councillor Dean's motion first to actually go do the other things. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Because I certainly am going to be supporting Councillor Dean's motion. I know that a lot of work went on, especially over the weekend on this, and I appreciate the leadership that you're showing in making sure that some of the voices that don't always get heard in our communities are at the table. And certainly I agree with the comments that you've made about the community needing to be involved, because the greatest impact is going to be felt by the community. And again, want to thank you for your leadership today. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, you're back on the list. Is this... okay, but this is for questions of the delegation. Okay, go ahead.
No questions of the delegation.
Okay, well, take your name off the list. Don't keep pushing the button. Okay, thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you.
Next is George Hanna and Bassam Hamwi from St. Elias Cathedral Parish Council. Welcome, George and Bassam, and thank you for coming. And the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Good morning, Your Worship and fellow members of Council. My name is George Hanna. I appear before you today as the Chair of the St. Elias Cathedral Parish Council. I am joined here with Bassam Hamwi, who is the Chair of the St. Elias Retirement Home Committee. We very much appreciate the opportunity to address this committee and will respect the 5-minute time allowance that we have been granted. As we are well aware, the city has gone through many hoops and overcome many obstacles to secure the former Bayview School property. A highly prized and rare site in the city in general and Riverside Park community in particular. This is a significant achievement to be celebrated, and is truly a testament to the political foresight, will, and leadership within our city. Having gone this far, we should exercise much care in the disposal of this property, which is a subject of our presentation, or plea, if you will. We fully understand and respect the reality that the city has incurred a financial burden to acquire and remediate this property. We also appreciate the city's desire to recover a large portion, if not all, the costs incurred in securing this property. However, we do not believe that the city should aim to maximize its return on the property at the expense of the basic needs of the community. So to be clear, we are not here today seeking to put a stop to the property disposition process. We're simply here today seeking the imposition of some rules or restrictions, if you will, on the disposition of the property in the interest of ensuring that the city recovers its investment and leaders within our community are given a fair opportunity to rise to the occasion and fulfill the strongly held and long-sought community vision. In May 2009, a community visioning exercise was facilitated by Councillor Maria McRae. This exercise generated much excitement and was well attended by the community. Attendees were divided up into working groups, and each group was independently requested to develop a vision for the property and share it with city staff and others in attendance afterwards. All visions presented that evening had one common element among them, that being the provision of an affordable seniors retirement residence. This desire for affordable seniors retirement residence should not come as a surprise to anyone, given the following two facts. Number one, there is a limited availability of appropriately zoned land to support the establishment of new seniors retirement residence in Ottawa. Number two, there is no shortage of seniors retirement residence in Ottawa, but there is an acute shortage of affordable seniors retirement residence. Although the City of Ottawa's official plan promotes establishment of senior retirement residence across the city to address the accelerating growth in the population of seniors, the vision and policies articulated in the city's OP are not always observed and considered when decisions with significant bearings are made, such as today's decision. So the question that we invite each member of this committee to ponder is whether the property disposition plan as presented before us honors the community vision or not. Does it even honor the OP vision and policies? Upon close inspection, it will become evident to everyone that the answer is no. It does neither. Having said that, we are hopeful that you will exercise good judgment and demonstrate your continued leadership by rectifying this today. To be specific, the property disposal plan, as it stands, suggests that the provisions of a retirement home is a potential outcome. As such, it does not go far enough. This committee needs to understand that the provision of a retirement home should not be viewed as an option available to the land developer, but rather a mandatory requirement to truly fulfill the vision of the property. Introducing a condition to this effect as part and parcel of the property disposition plan would partly rectify the situation. The reason for suggesting that it would partly, not fully, rectify the situation is that it would guarantee the provision of a retirement residence but falls short of guaranteeing an affordable retirement residence. To achieve such an income, we need to ensure that the procurement process will support the division of the property and the rezoning of a portion of the property in favor of a seniors retirement residence. This ensures that not-for-profit organizations with partial interests in the property are not required to make a bid for the entire property. It also ensures that not-for-profit organizations do not have to compete for the land against developers who have more profitable plans for the property. The above would level the playing field and allow a community leader such as St. Elias Cathedral, which is situated 1 block away from the subject property and houses the St. Elias Child Care and Family Resource Center, to pursue its long-term aspiration and build the aspiration of building and operating a seniors retirement residence to take care of the elderly within the community. For the record, we would like to note that our interest in this property was voiced at the time of property acquisition, and at the time our interest was very well received, and we were promised to be sold a portion of the property at a nominal value. We are prepared today to acquire the required portion of the property at the full cost incurred by the city. The increasing number of elderly, in closing, I would like to say to anyone who has second thoughts about this, that it does not take much to do the right thing, and perhaps more importantly, we can afford to do the right thing here. It is worth noting in this regard that the establishment of seniors retirement residence does not require more than 1.3 acres out of the total sum of 10 acres which comprise the subject property. The current market value of the remaining land far exceeds the $10 million or so investment that the city has made into the property to date. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McRae, point of clarification.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if now's the time to clarify with staff or if you want us to do that later. It's something that the delegation mentioned that we need to clarify, so I'm not sure how you want to do that. It involves staff confirming something.
We'll hold off then and get back to staff.
Okay.
Any questions of the delegation?
No.
Okay. Are there any questions of the delegation? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Deanna Sheriff from Fairley Park Housing Co-op, and followed by Crystal Casey, also of Fairley Park Housing Co-op. I don't know if you'd like to be together or have 2 5-minute sessions. 2. Okay, so if Deanna could begin, please. Sorry. Crystal will begin. Okay. So if you can just push the other button there, Crystal. That one there, and turn the other one off.
Thank you.
We'll
Good
just
day.
turn the other mic off so there's not feedback. There we go. Okay. So, Crystal, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Good day, Honorable Mayor Watson.
You'll have to speak up. And ladies and gentlemen from council and staff, it's very difficult to hear, so I'd ask that you please, Mr. Kirkpatrick, Councillor McRae, sorry, it's very difficult to hear people speak when there are other side conversations. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good day, Honorable Mayor Watson and council members. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Crystal Casey. I'm a student at Carleton University, and I live at the Fairley Park Housing Cooperative in Ottawa South. With me today is Dina Sharif, but she'll have a chance to speak in a few moments. We would like to speak to item number 1 on the agenda regarding the recommendations to declare the land parcels as surplus and their authorization to transfer these lands for future development or disposal. We would like to request that the Finance and Economic Development Committee and Council do not recommend the authorization for the transfer at 1770 Hetherington Road to the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation for the ultimate disposal, at least at this present time. Instead, we humbly request that the Council consider selling this land to the Fairley Park Housing Co-op, as it has done to the past for us, to fill a need for more affordable and accessible housing in Ottawa. Councillor Deans has commented in the report that she would like the land to remain pending. She mentioned that earlier today too, that depending on outcome zoning review and community participation. She explains the total green space is significantly below the city's target, and there has been no discussion with the community with respect to the redesignation of the Walkley Road as arterial Main Street, and future impacts anticipate further densification with less green space per 1,000 people. Franzi also mentioned this earlier. Councillor Deans also states that the community has expressed an interest for a community garden. The city staff who recommends this site to be transferred to the OCLDC to also reserve a plot, approximately 0.16 hectares for such a garden, and after environmental remediation of the site to fill it with residential development. We are quite optimistic with the potential that this site has to offer for the city and well as the community. We can achieve a few possibilities that will help make the city even better as we fill some of these needs. The City of Ottawa is actively engaging in the challenges to manage growth, provide infrastructure, maintain environmental integrity, and create livable communities as in accordance with the official plan, integrating smart growth principles into Ottawa's official plan and management plans to help provide focus and direction for environmentally friendly and people-oriented urban sustainable development. Together we can attain these principles in the development at 1770 Hetherington Road. According to the growth projections, for Ottawa to the year 2031, the city anticipates a population to reach about 1,274,000 by 2031. The city recognizes the current and future need for housing and constraints of employment growth due to the aging population retiring by following the smart growth principles embedded in the plans, such as building the city up with mixed land use and tall buildings opposed to building the city out with urban sprawl. We can achieve a more livable and sustainable city. The land at 1770 Hetherington Road presents this opportunity to alleviate this need for social housing. We continue to provide leadership and excellence in the city's built form and stabilize our neighborhoods as well. Just as in the design success of the Beaver Barracks, we too can design attractive, energy-efficient buildings that use geothermal system, green roofs, offers mixed-rate units for singles, families, and seniors. An apartment building could provide a higher capacity to alleviate the need for more accessible units. And when I say accessible, I mean for people who have mobility challenges. The land could still hold community gardens and a playground, all of which would expand community capacity, pride, and safety. So we have I'd like to pass it on to Dina Sharif to talk more about the co-op's success.
Okay, before you do that, does anyone have a question for Ms. Casey? Est-ce qu'il y a des questions pour Ms. Casey?
Any questions for Mrs. Casey?
Mr. McNair, on the per capita amount of green space and so on, and I'd like, as part of the study under Councillor Dean's motion, that we get those numbers clarified, because my understanding is there's some disagreement in what's in the report versus what you have as staff, so I think we need to get that clarified. Okay, so our next speaker is Deanna Sheriff. Welcome, Ms. Sheriff, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's Dina Sharif. Thank you. And I just wanted to start off by speaking to the fact that Mayor Watson, I know you were part of the long-term affordable housing strategy that we had, and I was present for that when you were the provincial minister, and I know Councillor Deans has been working really hard on the Fairlea community to increase the safety and security of the community there. I have worked there almost for the last 5 years in the Fairlea Park Housing Co-op. I lived in southeast Ottawa in a co-op at Elmvale for the last, before I was working at Fairlea, I lived there for 10 years. So I know the area quite well, and I know cooperative living quite well. And so I currently manage Fairlea Park Housing Co-op. It's only minutes by foot to 1770 Hetherington Road. Councillor Deans has been working hard on improving the safety and security of Fairlea community. Fairlea Co-op has been fortunate enough to participate in the ongoing success of hers and the community's goal. The co-op community engaged the greater community in the last 2 years to build a playground within the co-op with the help of the Community College, the Ottawa Police, the Ottawa Paramedics, and the Ottawa Fire Department, along with the Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre and members from the surrounding community, including local businesses. Who lives in our community? Well, there's over 70 children 14 years and younger. We have single families, single income families, mixed income families. We have university students such as Crystal. We have federal government workers. We have people who have completed their PhDs. And we have aging members of our greater community. We also have a few accessible units. Only 5 out of 93 of our units are accessible units for people with mobility challenges. Some of our aging members in that community have now been faced with the need to move into something that's more suitable for their lifestyle. They're unable to do stairs, and the issues with using the accessible bathrooms, etc. So we try to keep a philosophy where we keep these people within our community. What we're looking for, hopefully, is that we do obtain this land from the city so that we can, as Crystal mentioned earlier, build a building that would be able to transfer our current members into these units, as well as provide the same for other members who are on a waiting list for accessible units. We propose this type of housing because it is mixed income, and we would like to fill the need for the accessible and affordable housing, but we also understand that there is a lot of social housing in that area, and co-op housing is a perfect mix so that it's not too concentrated. It's also democratically run by its members, so it engages the community in planning, and it makes that community part of a larger community, which is exactly what co-ops have to offer within communities. So it's not just about putting in social housing and affordable housing, but it's also about engaging its members. We have had great success in the last 3 years at Fairlea Co-op. We'd like to expand our organization, and we'd like to continue to help Councillor Deans in her mission to increase the safety and security of the folks in the Fairlea community. And so that's why we request that you hold off on the transfer and consider our proposal. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Sharif. Are there any questions of the delegation? Est-ce qu'il y a des questions?
Any questions?
Are there any other speakers to this item? I don't have any other names. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres personnes qui votent?
Any other speakers who want to speak?
So we have with us two motions. The first one I received is Councillor McCrae's motion. I think you had a question of staff, Councillor McCrae. So we'll just go to you, and then we'll go to other people to speak on the motions and question staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure who to direct this question to. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if it's to the city manager or to Mr. McNair, but Mr. Hana did a delegation this morning or a presentation and spoke about process. And I want to clarify, Mr. McNair, if the St. Elias Cathedral and their committee, if their suggestions and their concerns have been taken into consideration as part of this process, because I recall that there have been several meetings at City Hall. One of them was to talk about advancing an affordable housing application, and I think that Aaron Burry was involved at the time. So I want to make sure that when Mr. Hana leaves that it's very clear the advocacy that has happened on this file, because he did ask that question.
Through the Mayor to Councillor McCrae. Councillor McCrae, through you, you advised that we wanted the parish wanted to have discussions with staff, so we did have discussions with staff. We indicated to them that we do not sole source properties. However, we did address their concern with regards to the institutional block, and we raised that with Mr. Burry, and Mr. Burry was receptive to that. So we did agree that through going through the disposal process that there would be a zone of land that would be available for institutional use.
Perfect. So, and that's the best answer, so that the concerns were raised, brought to the table, and going forward there will be an opportunity in a fair, competitive, open market for that specific use of that land to be dealt with when the time comes in 2015. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Questions to staff?
No. I just want to make sure we divide the question when we start talking about it.
Okay, which question? The motions?
Separate the parcels.
Oh, yeah, no, there'll be two separate motions. That's fine, yeah. Okay, Councillor Hume, questions of staff?
Just a question with respect to the McCrae motion, which identifies, I've got no problems with identifying the pieces that are going to be developed. So why isn't the city just keeping the recreational pieces? Like, why are we giving it all and then getting it? I'm assuming that we're going to get it back. So why don't we just hive that off, keep it, and be done with it?
Councillor, that's the intent. We would be carving that off. In terms of the portion that's going to be kept for recreational purposes for the city?
Right. So the only pieces that are going over are the pieces that are available for development. Now, do you have a sketch that shows what you're keeping?
Yes, we do, Councillor.
Okay, and that's consistent with.
That's
so
consistent.
We really don't have to include the preservation of the buffer zone and green space because that's staying with the city.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay.
And that's consistent with the vision exercise that we did.
I understand that.
Just to clarify, as far as the vision exercise for the sports field definitely stays within the city ownership. As far as what's being proposed under the concept plan, there were buffer zones, and that's what would be, in terms of the overall development, the discussions we would have with the developer, we'd be wanting, obviously, to have that protected as a buffer.
Right, but the sports field are staying with the city.
That's correct,
so
sir.
What's going over is only the parcels for development, and the concept plan includes buffers, and you'll include those in setbacks and things like that.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you for that. My second question, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know who this is for. It's with respect to the Dean's motion and the requirement to do to pre-consult, I guess, before we dispose of it. I've got no problems with that, but I guess the question should be why only for this piece of property and why not for every piece of property that we dispose of? Because, and you know, with respect, I think every community is going to want to have the opportunity that Councillor Dean's community is going to say about the disposal of surplus property. And, you know, we haven't done that with other properties. So, I mean, we dealt with this in, I want to say, in April, where we disposed of a piece of property in Canada, for example. And, you know, if it's good for this piece, I don't know why it wouldn't be good for every councillor in every ward. So maybe someone can tell me why only this piece and not every other piece. And I don't know who, you know, who would answer that.
Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Mr. Mayor, the Councillor, the answer to your question is, and I think you're aware that the staff report that's here actually did not recommend visioning with the community.
I understand.
Prior
I
to
guess
that.
I don't expect you to answer the question, Mr. Kirkpatrick, but it's not a question for you. I mean, is it a question for Councillor Deans? Is it a question for you, Mr. Mayor? Why would we not do this for everybody and not just Councillor Deans?
Councillor Deans, your motion.
Thank you for the question. In fact, in many cases where significant pieces of property have been in other wards that are important to the community, there has been comprehensive community consultation. In fact, it's taken several years in most cases. I think a piece in Councillor Shkreli's ward, a piece in Councillor Taylor's ward, a piece in Councillor McRae's ward, all have gone through a significant consultation. I'm not sure I agree with the premise that they're all the same. There is another piece on the list for disposal in my ward today on Saint Laurent. It's in a business park, and I don't think it has the same community impact, and I don't think it does need to go through the same process.
Councillor Hume, other questions?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to it.
Okay. Councillor McRae, questions of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for Councillor Hume asking about the process, because that's one thing we didn't talk about was the notion of retaining the sports field and not even putting it in the package. Mr. McNair, I want to clarify, when Councillor Hume addressed the buffer zone, you're not saying that we're going to deviate from the promise made to the community to provide a buffer zone. I think that you're trying to tell us and clarify that the buffer zone will be part of the discussion, and it's just not certain who's going to own and have to maintain that. Is that part of the challenge?
That's correct, Councillor.
But there will be a recommendation going forward that that buffer zone is part of the package, that we will not deviate and strand those residential areas that were promised this as part of the visioning exercises and agreed to by staff in our own concept plan that was approved by unanimous council.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shkreli, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question goes to the reason for creating the Land Development Corporation in the first place, and I'm going to be supporting Councillor Dean's motion on this basis, because isn't it true that two of the main reasons we created the Land Development Corporation were, one, to give council the tools to be able to ensure that what goes on the property is closer to what council and the community want than we could cause to go on the property with just normal zoning tools that would be available under zoning. And secondly, the second purpose, to ensure that residents shared in the uplift in profits on the property as a result of the plan and zoning that gets placed on the property. Aren't those two of the main reasons this corporation was created?
Mr. Mayor, I think, if you don't mind, Gord, I think you're a bit distracted there. You're absolutely correct, Councillor. The mandate that Council approved for the OCLDC was that the OCLDC was to redevelop and dispose of properties that Council declared surplus to the city's needs in a manner that would achieve both financial returns, but equally non-financial returns, and the mandate went on to specify non-financial returns being environmental, social, cultural, to promote new and innovative urban design in the City of Ottawa. And of course, it's implied through that mandate that in order for OCLDC to be successful, it needs to engage with the community and talk about those things.
Yeah, and
I apologize that also part of the report, you're correct, identified that there is a significant amount of land value uplift that comes from taking raw land, establishing a development vision, rezoning it to support that development division, and servicing it, and then turning it into the market for sale for development. And OCLDC, in my opinion, has been successful in achieving that value uplift in the properties that it has been working on over the last 4 years. 4 years.
All right, because before we had this corporation, if you would sell the property, the cheapest way to sell property is just get an agent and let them go sell the property. You don't need a bureaucracy to do that. But by us having this corporation and sharing in the uplift on the price, the whole profit doesn't go to the private sector developer, right? So is the process we followed in the Qualicum, Mackey, and Bayview cases, didn't they help contribute to the success of those properties or of those ultimate sales?
Councillor, with respect to the 4 pillars in terms of looking at that, that's an excellent example in terms of 25 Esquimalt, because yes, there was a financial return that we got back, but also from the social and cultural aspect that we retained 0.5 of an acre that we added to the park, plus we did the environmental remediation. So in terms of the 4 pillars, in terms of what we're doing, to answer your question, yes, that's a good example. We did. We covered off all 4 pillars, and it was certainly a win-win situation for the city and for the community.
Okay, my point here is I'm going to support Councillor Dean's motion because I think it helps get to all of the essential underpinnings of the corporation, why it exists and why it succeeds. And I think when we do this, we end up with more success than when we don't.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, questions to staff?
Thank you. In the report, you say that it needs to be transferred to OCLDC to ensure the development of the community garden, which I don't believe is necessary to transfer it for that, to complete the environmental remediation. That worries me a little bit because since we own the property, we have to remediate it regardless of where it sits. And to ship it over to too many letters, LDC, doesn't ensure the remediation. It's a mandatory legal requirement for us, and I wonder why you think that fattens up the report.
Through the mayor to the councillor, essentially it is a city-owned asset, and clearly we would be dealing with the environmental situation similar to what we did with 25 Esquimalt when we did the environmental cleanup there. And the intent here is to do the exact same thing, is to complete the environmental cleanup. And essentially to date we have spent $1 million. We're almost there. Basically we want to now apply for the record of site condition, but we can't apply for the record of site condition until an actual use has been established. Once the use has been established for the property, then we could apply for the record of site condition.
What I'm trying to get at is what specific expertise does OCLDC have in environmental remediation?
They rely on my team within REPTO, and I have an environmental unit which consists of an environmental engineer plus other environmental staff.
Okay. When I started, Mr. Mayor, I tried to ask that we talk about these 2 motions separately, but somehow we're getting them all wrapped around. I don't have any problem with the one on at the Councillor McCrae's ward. I have a little difficulty about the rapid transfer of lands on Hetherington without cleaning them up first and without the degree of community consultation. And I think there's an implication in the Dean's motion that we will undertake to do that, and I'd like to be absolutely certain that's the intent.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. When it gets transferred, as chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I'm always looking for land that we could at least hold until we have enough money to construct some new housing. Is it possible with what is transferred over that to have some of that made available, which would reduce how much money you're going to make, obviously, because we wouldn't be able to charge for it at Ottawa Community Housing or at the request of the city, or if we needed to have that for housing, could that be arranged? Sometimes it's done possibly as a joint, almost like a 3P with a private enterprise too.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Wilkinson, essentially, as I understand the motion, we've now been asked to go through a community consultation process, and through that process, then we'd report back to Council. So once we've gone back through the community consultation process, whatever recommendations are coming forward at that time would then come back to Council for them to make decisions at that time in terms of how they want to proceed with it.
That's for that one property, but there's other properties being transferred over. So it's more generic than that on other ones that are already been transferred, or like the Canada West ones, for example.
No, as far as those ones, we're specifically looking at moving forward under development potential. And Hazeline Lands, as an example, would be for commercial and retail development in that particular example.
But you have other residential lands. In general, on residential lands that are transferred to Ottawa, to the Community Housing Board, of which I'm a member, I know, but we haven't dealt with this at the board level. If there is an ability to have it done either in partnership or directly for community housing, can that be established through the board?
Councillor, typically what we do through the disposal process is we circulate it to all of the department heads, and in this particular instance it would be to Mr. Burry's group in terms of from the social aspect of it for affordable housing, that sort of thing, and it would be his call, and we'd rely on his decision in terms of how we'd proceed on that basis.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to raise that point because there is a full circulation amongst, the city family of agencies, including Ottawa Community Housing, and I think one of the challenges you have, Councillor Wilkinson, is obviously the lack of funding for the build because we still don't have the support from the upper orders of government. So that's one of the challenges. Are there any other questions to staff? Est-ce qu'il y a des autres questions au personnel?
Other questions to the staff?
Councillor McCrae's motion. On Councillor McCrae's motion, carried. Thank you. And on Councillor Dean's motion, carried. Councillor Hume.
I think at the points, I think, Councillor, it's a good motion, and I think that we should support it. I think, though, that the principle of the community consultation stands on its own. And if we should go out and consult, we should go out and consult. Linking it to Qualicum and Mackey House and former Bayview School, which we acquired, and if you go back to the staff reports, there was clear intent when we acquired them that we were going to go out and do community consultation to determine, what sports field we were going to save, and, I can pull up the other staff reports. Fair enough and fair and good. But I think that we're going to create an expectation that we're going to do this in other communities. And, as much as I'd like to amend this to say, and we do it for every other community, because there's going to be an expectation that whether it's a water tower site, whether it's an old works yard, whether it's other pieces of city property, now that we're doing it for this community, I think that there's going to create an expectation that we should be doing it for other communities. And if they are indeed different, we should say in these types of land, in these types of communities, we are going to do a community consultation. But in order to do that, Mr. Mayor, we need a more robust policy discussion, and it's probably not appropriate to attach it to this. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to bring this back as a policy discussion so that we can have a greater discussion about the disposal of property, where we consult, where we don't consult. Because Councillor Deans is right. In a business park, we may not have to do a community consultation. But in a residential community, whether it's the Glebe, Old Ottawa South, we might want to do that. And I think that if we're going to do that, we have to put some policy around that so we create clear expectations in my community and in other communities what we're going to do. So I will work with Mr. Kirkpatrick to ensure that this gets on the agenda so that we can have a debate about what properties we consult with, and we can have a proper policy discussion as opposed to trying to do it here and hold up this and cause other grief. But I think the principle is valid to say on these types of lands we're going to consult for these very valid reasons. So I'll bring that. Members Committee, I'll bring that back for a policy debate.
I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you for doing that. So other comments? I'll just offer one or two observations. First of all, I think one of the toughest jobs we've given a colleague of ours is to Councillor Harder, because she is the chair of the Land Development Corporation, and as we see from time to time, it's often difficult to release some property that we've either bought, in the case of the Bayview School, or we've had for some time that's no longer civic use because the works yard from Hetherington has moved to Conroy. And I recall the previous city of Ottawa is littered with former fire stations that were going to be sold to pay for the new fire stations. Councillor Hume will remember those great debates, and even before us, Sunnyside Avenue has a former fire station. Parkdale Avenue has a former fire station. The one by Mooney's Bay, a former fire station, all being very well used for other purposes. A food bank, a community center, a police youth drop-in center. But the intention was at that time that we're going to rebuild new stations in different locations because of population shifts, and then lo and behold, that's part of the budget, and then council gets weak knees, and then all of a sudden, oh, we can't sell that, a good community use. So I think there's history to be learned from disposal of the land, and one of the reasons why this council or the previous council set up the Land Development Corporation, and why we've given very strict marching orders to Councillor Harder to meet certain targets with respect to new revenue. And as you know, when we have a city piece of land that sits vacant and not used in some cases for decades, it's a double loss to the taxpayers. One, we don't get that one-time revenue of the sale of the property, and secondly, we lose years of property tax revenue for the site. So there's no question, I think the motions that we have are fair and reasonable, put forward by Councillor McCrae, and it's been passed, and Councillor Deans, which we're about to vote on. But I think we also have to be very clear to the community groups that from time to time land will be sold. The council policy is not to sole source. That was made very clear, but that we in fact go and sell it at market value for the benefit of all taxpayers. So I appreciate the discussion. I think Councillor Hume has a very good suggestion from a broader public policy point of view when we go that extra step with respect to public consultation. And as Councillor Deans rightly pointed out, I think when we have that property on 2500 St. Laurent, which, by the way, we've been dealing with, I think, since 1988, so we're coming up on almost its bicentennial, it's, you know, that's probably less of a broader consultation because it's not abutting residential properties and so on, as opposed to one that is in the area. I think one of the things that I'd like to see us do certainly more often is in these parcels of land, we've seen such great success with community gardens. I think of Lees Avenue, I think of areas on Ritchie Street, scattered throughout the whole city. The Bytown, I think the Bugs Garden in Centertown, which is now at Glebe Memorial Park. I think there's a great discussion to be had from a public policy point of view that maybe some of these parks that we have, a portion of them, a certain percent, be allocated as community allotment gardens, because they're really flourishing all over the city, and it really does help us with our food supply challenges, particularly in economically challenged neighborhoods. It's a little bit off topic, but it was one of the issues that some of the delegates, that the members of the public came and spoke to us about, the need for fresh produce at an affordable cost. So Councillor Dean's motion carried. On the main motion, Councillor Clark, I believe you would like to dissent on one. Okay, what would you like to do?
I want to, this Loblaws thing that we had for, it's been a popular topic over the last couple of years. The report indicates that you need to restore the official plan designation to employment. Did we forego that when we changed the zoning? Did it get eliminated to start with, and we have to go back? I don't understand why it would ever have been eliminated in the first place.
Staff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what happened was when Loblaws purchased the property, they had subsequently gone to the Ontario Municipal Board and were successful in changing the designation of the property. So this council did not approve of the change, but they were successful at the OMB in changing the designation.
Answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the report as amended? Carried? Thank you. Just before we get to our next item, we have a number of guests that I'd like to recognize. Rima Bakshi is a first-year global politics student at Carleton University, and she is job shadowing Councillor Deans. If she could give us a shout right over there. Hello, welcome, Rima, as we lead up to International Women's Day as part of Equal Voice. And also as part of that program, Councillor Wilkinson has a shadow as well. Wesley Belanger, who is also a student at Carleton University, as part of the Equal Voice program. And our very familiar salmon-colored scarves are being worn by members of COWI, which is the City for All Women initiative that we're going to hear from. We've heard from one member today on this topic, and we have another member speaking on the issue of elections. So we welcome you, and I believe we have an event, I think it's tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, that I look forward to participating. I know a number of members of council are also going to be here. So thank you all for being with us. The next item is a mayor's item, Airport Parkway Pedestrian Cycling Bridge. And just to give you some assistance with the roadmap of how we'll deal with this, I have some opening comments, followed by Councillor McCrae, the ward councillor. Then Ron DeVries, who is the independent consultant that's been hired on this project, will do his presentation. Then we have public delegations. We have so far one resident. If anyone else would like to speak, if they can notify the clerk. Then I'll have a question on legal issues to the city solicitor, then members' questions to Mr. DeVries and staff, any motions at that time, the deputy city manager's comments, the city manager's comments, and then the councillor's wrap-up. So we have a fair amount of work before us on this particular item. The Airport Pedestrian Cycling Bridge has been a project on the agenda of successive city councils and that we as a council have inherited. What should have been a relatively easy task to connect two parts of our city that are separated by a major thoroughfare, namely the Airport Parkway, has become an over-budget, uncompleted embarrassment. It's an embarrassment for residents and visitors who use the parkway regularly, for elected officials, and for all city employees. And having said this, however, as we begin our deliberations today, it's important to remember that the vast majority of infrastructure projects are completed on time and on budget at the City of Ottawa. C'est important pour nos résidents de savoir.
It's important for our residents to understand that the majority of our construction projects are done on time and on budget.
Completed anywhere from 100 to 150 projects underway at any given point in time as part of our total capital project budget, running at more than $600 million each year. Similarly, the Airport Parkway Bridge commenced at a time when the city was implementing the economic stimulus program, and all of the many projects that were a part of it made for obviously a very busy time. Ce projet a été conçu
This project was initiated in a period where the city was managing an historical number of construction projects.
The Airport Parkway Bridge project is a huge problem, but it does provide us with some context for our discussions, and it underlines the need to learn from the failures on this project to further reduce the number of failures in the future. Last year, Councillor McCrae and I asked the city manager to conduct a third-party review on this project. Our city manager engaged SEG management consultants who assigned Ron DeVries to conduct the review. Mr. DeVries has extensive experience in construction industry-related projects as well as contract management experience. I directed the city manager to ensure that this review should report directly to me to ensure the full independence of the review effort. J'ai insisté sur le fait.
I insisted on the fact that this position be responsible to the mayor in order to get to know all the facts.
Happened. The report in front of you today was delivered to me on February 21st. There's been no foot dragging or delay in getting this before committee. The report notes 4 critical project events. It makes 9 observations which touch on virtually all aspects and departments that would be connected to any project that the city might undertake, and which provides the roadmap to the 9 recommendations that Mr. DeVries makes. The most extensive observation is number 5, which notes the deficiencies in the management of the project. This particular observation points to the deficiencies at many steps during the project, from the deficient establishment of project milestones during the EA process, through construction period reporting, the management of consultants, construction contract management, and risk management, including comments on the city's overall project management accountability. Clearly, this section of observation gives rise to the most questions and provides the background for the type of action that is required immediately. In fact, I believe that Observation 6 contains a message that must be the basis for our way forward. Mr. DeVries uses 5 short words to frame the challenge that must be part of our city operations each day, every day, from now on. He notes that, quote, what gets measured gets done, end quote. We have not had systems in place that would deal with the small number of problem projects that I alluded to at the outset. The recommendations in the report are solid, and they address this major shortcoming. I expect that all will be implemented by the city manager and his team. More importantly, I also believe that we must be kept apprised of progress on the implementation of these recommendations. We've already received a summary from Deputy City Manager Nancy Shepherds of some changes that have been implemented, and I have asked that further changes that will happen be shared with me, councillors, and the general public as they're being implemented. Je demande aussi au directeur.
I'm also asking the city manager to ensure that future changes to our policies and procedures be communicated to the City Council on a regular basis.
Delegation authority changes that are required should be brought forward in the most efficient and timely manner possible to us at FEDCO. There will be procedural changes required, there will be policy changes required, and most crucially, there will be mindset changes required. The city needs to plan, measure, and exert control each step of the way in every project so that we avoid these types of problems in the future. This is how we will best protect our taxpayers and the city. I'm sure that my council colleagues want to see our city learn and learn quickly from the failures associated with this project. Today's independent report is a very good first step towards creating that culture of accountability on these types of projects. Le rapport indépendant que
the independent report that we have received today is the right step in the right direction so that accountability is respected.
Members of council, and I thank so many members of council for coming to this meeting and calling our city manager to provide us with a cleared roadmap that brings us forward, brings us there. I now ask Councillor McRae, as the ward councillor where the bridge is located, to provide some opening remarks as well. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Before we begin this morning, I want to acknowledge the support of the Mayor's office and Ken Kirkpatrick and Nancy when I asked for this third-party review. It was without hesitation, Mr. Mayor, that you agreed that this was a good idea, and certainly Mr. Kirkpatrick and Ms. Shepherds did it with alacrity. And I raised that this morning because we knew that by asking for that third-party review, that not only would we be peeling off the roof of City Hall to show us some processes that may not have gone well or that were not handled the way we hoped they would, but in doing so, it gives us an opportunity to actually have this discussion openly and transparently. And doing so at a committee meeting even allows our community to be here this morning. So I want to acknowledge that from the beginning. Because when you look at the Municipal Act, what the role of a city councillor is, there is one particular section of the Act that stands out to me, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to read it. And it says that a city council is to ensure the accountability and transparency of the operations of the municipality, including the activities of the senior management of the municipality. And Mr. Mayor, I believe in wanting to hold our staff to account and providing no opportunity for excuses, whether it's through third-party review or having this discussion today, that this is one step that's going to help us get those answers. And Mr. Mayor, you alluded to the fact that this was an important project in our community, and it's a great project, and it still is a great project. It allows us to link two important parts of our community together over a very busy road. that has shown itself to be dangerous with respect to pedestrians and cyclists, and culminated even prior to the EA in the death of a resident. So it's a good project. We're joining people to an employment area, to a transit way station, and into a recreational wetlands. So this project will get built, and I'm confident that we have the right people in place to ensure that. But it's obvious, Mr. Mayor, that early into the construction of this project, something started going terribly wrong, and we were faced with our first series of delays. And we're not here to speak to that, Mr. Mayor, and the city solicitor has been clear that there are elements regarding design and constructability that will be dealt with in a different forum. But I'm pleased with Mr. DeVries' report as a first step. It identifies gaps in our process and our policies and our procedures. And again, if you look at the role of a council in the Municipal Act, it's to ensure that our administrative policies, practices, procedures, and controllership are put in place. So it's up to us, Mr. Mayor, to make sure that we're giving that direction to staff and we're being clear. And if the third-party review shows us that we were not clear enough or staff have not been clear enough in what the expectations are when handling these projects, then we have a chance to work on that today. And they need to be addressed, and staff must be held to account. And again, we have our city manager here today to speak to that. So in going through the third-party review, Mr. Mayor, I want to emphatically say how much I absolutely support our professional public service, especially when you look at the many projects and things that the municipality does. And it's not just this city. We look across our province at the good work they do. But in reading this third-party review, it became obvious again to me that we either have a problem that's a one-off, or we actually have systemic problems with our system or our process. And I'm starting to think that it might be the latter, that there needs to be a culture change. So it's clear that there were deficiencies in many steps of this process, beginning even with the selection of the design, and culminating all the way to the end of the process with management accountability. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm confident today and going forward that, number one, the bridge will be fixed. So the infrastructure will be fixed. It will get built. I'm confident, Mr. Mayor, that any changes that must be made to our processes and our policies, those will be fixed. So if our culture needs tweaking or it's broken or we have to put those policies in place, I'm confident that by doing so in an open environment that we'll do that. But I also want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, that this doesn't happen again to the extent that we can put those policies in place. No community should have to go through this. No council should have to go through this. And when you look at the extent that this project's been delayed time-wise and finance-wise, we never want to have to deal with this again. So, Mr. Mayor, this particular situation is obviously frustrating. It's disappointing. I was at a public meeting last night in Hunt Club, and our community expressed their support of what I'm doing, what we're doing today, but they also they also expressed their expectation that this council hold our staff to account and that we get to the bottom of this, because they too don't want to go through this again. So again, Mr. Mayor, I look forward to hearing from Mr. Kirkpatrick and our senior management as to how they're going to address elements that are in this report. Ms. Shepherd has obviously put in place many changes prior to the third-party review that I'm very pleased to see, but we need to make sure that we dot every I, cross every T, so that we can go forward as a council knowing that we're doing our job, we are putting the due diligence in place, but we also want that assurances that the city manager is doing his job and holding the staff that report directly to him accountable. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I look forward to Mr. DeVries' presentation, and certainly I have a list of questions that I'm going to ask about that third-party review. So merci. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you for your work on this file. Mr. DeVries, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Watson. Good morning, bonjour, councillors and staff, city staff, and members of the public. I've been asked to provide a brief overview of the key observations and recommendations in the report. The city requested this review to determine what measures could be taken to eliminate or mitigate similar issues on future projects. The scope of the review was limited to the management of the project by the city and not the performance of the designer or contractor. This slide simply shows the 4 key events that Mayor Watson spoke of, and I don't need to go into too much detail about them, but they're the reason the project has been delayed, and they generate the observations that I'm going to speak of in the next few slides. Observation number 1. The schedule was established early in the project, was not revised, and there was limited evidence of rigorous schedule management prior to 2012. An 8-month delay in initiating the environmental assessment compressed the schedule for design and construction. The environmental assessment was delivered in April of 2010, the design in May 2011, and a construction contract awarded on July 6th of 2011, with completion stated in the contract by October 31st of 2011. That's 4 months. Infrastructure Services Department, ISD, have made significant progress in refining project management guidance since the time of this project. A new ISD project delivery manual was issued in 2013, along with several other guidance documents. Project milestones must be agreed to by ISD at time of the project transfer, or revised if required. There is a requirement to monitor schedules. However, there is little guidance in the manual to establish the minimum standards for this activity. The recommendation then is that a project schedule be prepared by the project manager and that policies and procedures on schedule management be included in the new ISD manual to provide guidance and resources to the project managers. As well, it should be linked to the risk management process so that projects identified with high schedule risk have an increased level of schedule management effort. Observation number 2. Project communications did not meet expectations and lacked coordination. This was a high-profile project and with a high degree of visibility. There was significant email communication, both internally and externally, concerning the project and monthly project reports. However, there was little evidence that it conveyed project issues adequately. Again, ISD have made substantive improvements in this area of communication since that time. An ISD directive on communication with media and government officials has been issued to provide guidance. And changes to the ISD manual now include a no surprises clause that requires project managers to report on any issues that may cause public concern. Also, the Project Status Update, PSU reporting system, has evolved substantively to provide more comprehensive information to senior managers and council. Our recommendation builds on these improvements and suggests that a communication protocol be established in the project charter to establish formal and informal communication links and strategies, and that communication with elected officials be coordinated within ISD with a dedicated team using the council inquiry process. Observation number 3. It was understood early in the process that the bridge would be a complex and innovative design. This complexity was confirmed by the designer, who advised in their proposal that they had the required expertise and would report on technical issues, including constructability. Constructability issues would eventually be the subject of the independent review by Buckland and Taylor, who advised that this ought to have been addressed in the specifications. They also identified other design deficiencies. In their new manual, ISD have included a requirement for this constructability review for all projects over $10 million or of lesser value if the project is complex or high risk. The recommendation then is for ISD to monitor compliance with this policy, particularly for high-risk projects, and also to link payments to consultants with deliverables defined in the contract. Observation number 4. During construction, there was a lack of appreciation for the complexity of the work. 2 key events arose that caused delay and cost increases. The most visible was the failure of the lower tower concrete pour and the second was a failure to fabricate the tower anchor plate. In both cases, a second attempt by a different subcontractor and supplier were required to complete the work. Now, ISD have included a risk management template in their new manual, and our recommendation is to evolve this further and ensure that constructability is addressed in the risk management process. Further, for work that requires very specialized expertise, that pre-qualification of suppliers be considered. Observation number 5. There are a number of different areas. There are 6 different areas that were talked about under this observation, and those were deficiencies in the management of the project, the first of which was project handoff. Project milestones were established during the environmental assessment phase. They weren't challenged or revised at project transfer by ISD. ISD procedures now clearly require this review at project transfer, and that dates be revised if necessary. Our recommendation goes a little further and suggests that ISD provide input to the establishment of these milestones during the EA process before project transfer as an alternate to establish design and construction delivery standards that can be used as guidelines. The second element was on project reporting. Project reports were distributed, but they did not contain critical information about the status of the project. The project status update, the PSU reporting process, has been substantively improved since the time of this project and allows for more information and a requirement to report issues. And as already mentioned, the ISD manual also includes a no surprises provision to ensure that issues of public concern are escalated. Our recommendation then builds on this improvement to suggest that a quality system be developed within ISD to monitor compliance with the project management processes in general and the no surprises reporting requirement specifically. Under the area of consultant management, the level of management of the consultant contract was not adequate to manage project risks. There are early indicators that the design of this bridge was complex and that constructability and performance issues ought to have been a topic of discussion. There was no evidence of this. The ISD procedures at the time of this project and now require the PM, the project manager, to oversee the activities of the consultant and ensure all deliverables are provided. There were no records made available to demonstrate this level of oversight. While the principle of consultant oversight has been well established, there is a lack of guidance available to project managers, and our recommendation is that ISD provide this level of guidance. Oh, you got it. Thank you. The next area was construction contract management. And the level of management of the construction contract was not adequate to manage project risks. For this project, the contract administration role was assigned to the project manager, with the designer providing technical support. The role of the project manager and contract administrator are better defined in the new ISD manual. However, our recommendation is that ISD provide more rigorous policies and procedures for contract management, particularly in the areas of contract defaults, schedule management, insurance and bonding, and claims management. The next area was risk management. At the time of this project, there was no formal risk management process. However, issues were discussed regularly, but there was no formal escalation of these issues to senior management. ISD have now included a risk management planning section and template in their new manual and have included a no surprises strategy, as I mentioned earlier. This process commences when ISD receive the project at transfer stage. Our recommendation is that it go a little further and that the risk process be implemented at project initiation. The final recommendation under this observation is project management accountability. And I could find no single document that sets out accountability for project managers. Individuals assigned to project managers do not all have project manager job profiles. Further, these profiles list duties and tasks, but do not clearly state accountabilities and authorities directly relating to the ISD policies and procedures. The recommendation then is to provide this clear direction to project managers on the expectations of project delivery and ensure staff assigned to the project management roles have the job profile that goes with it. ISD have begun to introduce the Project Management Institute principles for project management, and we would recommend that they continue along this path. Observation number 6. There were no performance indicators to monitor project delivery. Clearly, this project had issues, but there was no comparable data to put this in context. Also, the saying that what gets measured gets done ensures that staff focus on organizational priorities. For these reasons, we recommend that ISD establish key performance indicators, particularly in the areas of schedule and cost. Observation 7. Project managers have full authority for changes within budget and scope. In this project, the schedule was the critical issue, and changes to that schedule did not have to be escalated for approval. It is our recommendation that the principle of full project authority for project managers be maintained, but only within the context of the project budget, scope, and schedule established in the project charter. Any changes outside of these boundaries should be escalated. Observation number 8. Liquidated damages were used as a default resolution strategy. Reliance on liquidated damages as an incentive to rectify a schedule default, in our opinion, is not effective. These amounts are relatively low, and in this case, were suspended during the winter period. Often the industry becomes accustomed to this approach and simply deal with it as a cost item rather than a more serious contract default issue. There are more effective ways to ensure schedule performance. The recommendation then is for ISD to work with the supply branch to refine these policies and procedures to ensure contract commitments are honored. And the last observation, number 9, the supplier performance process could be enhanced. The supply branch is working on a supplier performance process, and it's our recommendation that this process include a provision for assessment during the course of the work to be used as a means of communication for performance expectations, and then linking this to future bid opportunities through a 3-strikes approach can significantly improve supplier performance or alternatively weed out poor performers. I would like to conclude by thanking the City Manager, Kent, and the Deputy City Manager, Nancy, and their staff for their openness and effort in providing support for this review. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. DeVries. So we have one member of the public who would like to speak to this, Barb Shea. Ms. Shea could come forward, and thank you for your participation. You have 5 minutes. You can push the button.
Good morning. My name is Barb Shea, and I appreciate the opening remarks, Mr. Mayor and Councillor McRae, and now I feel a little bit like an echo because a lot of my comments are similar to yours. I speak to you as a pedestrian, a cyclist, a taxpayer, a resident living near Hunt Club and the Airport Parkway, and as a citizen of Ottawa. And in front of each of these descriptors in relation to this project and perhaps beyond, I would add the terms frustrated, disappointed, and bewildered. While much in our city runs well and effectively, the management of this project has damaged the credibility of those involved with it and has brought into question the city's ability to manage projects. You know, there has been much speculation around dinner tables and over coffee about what has happened during the development and ill-fated delivery of this project. And it was alarming to read the independent review and find that much of the conjecture was true. ineffective project management, inadequate processes, lack of communications protocols, and so on. It seemed that there was a great deal of going through the motions without due care and attention. From where I live, we've watched the tower go up and come down again and go up again. There were periods where construction was underway and then long periods of inactivity where we were left wondering what was happening. The project is now scheduled to take 6 years and will cost twice its original estimate. And I just note that the Canadian Pacific Railroad was built across Canada in 4 years. One wonders, in a city with a budget of $750 million, if a relatively small capital project cannot be effectively managed, where does that put us with the multitudes of other projects, large and small? It's difficult to believe that this is a single incident rather than one that has been easy to spot. I have appreciated being able to ask our councillor, Maria McRae, about the status of the project. She's always been prompt in responding, but I understand at times she couldn't get a straight-up answer either, and it makes you wonder just who's running the shop. I believe as citizens we should be assured that you will implement the recommendations in this report and that you will follow best practices in the development and delivery of projects in the future. And as citizens, I think also we should receive regular, unfiltered updates on the status of this and other projects in the city via the Ottawa City website. And I also believe that those who are responsible for the failure of the pedestrian cycling bridge should be held accountable. I appreciate the opportunity to address your committee today, and I have been reassured, again in your opening remarks, to hear that you will take the necessary action to right what's gone wrong and to see that things are in place to prevent any reoccurrences of this sort of action in the future or inaction. I think also it's important to restore our faith in the city, our faith and our trust, that you have the ability to effectively and efficiently deliver on your commitments. Thank you for your time today.
Great. Thank you very much. It's very well said, Ms. Shea. Does anyone who's on the list wish to ask Ms. Shea a question? Yes. Councillor Clark.
Can I borrow your presentation for the debate that's about to follow?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Shea. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item that is not registered? Okay. I think members of council and staff are all aware that in addition to what is before us today, the city is involved in litigation with various parties on the Airport Parkway pedestrian cycling bridge. As well, I think that after reading the report, we all have some questions that might touch directly or indirectly on personnel matters, including discipline. Because of this, before we ask questions of Mr. DeVries and our staff, I'd like to ask the city clerk and solicitor about what we need to keep in mind about legal actions and personnel matters as we proceed. And I think this is very important if members of council could heed the advice of our city solicitor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just give a brief overview to both of those areas with regards to any personnel issues and the pending litigation. And with regards to the personnel issues that are looming in this particular instance, Mr. Mayor, I would remind members of council that the delegation of authority bylaw provides to the city manager from council the authority to dismiss and discipline all senior departmental management employees. And just by way of further guidance, that's generally done with respect to a look at the city's discipline policy, which is founded on the concept of progressive discipline. And Mr. Mayor, with regards to the complex litigation involving the bridge that I previously advised members of council last fall, I can recommend or provide a further update that it's still very early in the stages of the litigation. As members appreciate, it involves a number of parties. I describe it as complex litigation because, as members probably remember, in October, the city was brought into an existing case before the courts
That case involved Tomlinson, which is carrying on business as Cumberland Ready Mix, and they brought an action against Louis Bray Company in the amount of about $243,000 for a dispute as a result of the Pedway Bridge in question. The city was then added as a result of Bray's defense, and they had a counterclaim against Tomlinson and the city. And all told, Mr. Mayor, it's about $2.6 million that is currently in dispute. Tomlinson then also brought the city in by way of a cross-claim in its statement of defense and cross-claim to Bray. The city has yet to file its statement of defense, Mr. Mayor. We are waiting for all of the pleadings to end between the two main parties, and then we will issue our, what I presume to be, statement of defense and counterclaim, and we will proceed accordingly. So, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the litigation and the personnel issues, that's sort of the high-level overview. I'm very aware that the third-party review before you focused very clearly on processes and procedures and not design and construction issues, and I know that the third-party reviewer indicated very early in his report, actually in the introduction, that it was not about the litigation. So, Mr. Mayor, if I had a position on this, I would respectfully urge members of council to focus their questions on the finding and the recommendations that are found in Mr. DeVries' report, and certainly to ask any questions of Mr. DeVries or members of staff on that. And, Mr. Mayor, as a further offer, I can certainly suggest that I'd be free to raise my hand to get your attention or a member's attention in the event that, in my professional opinion, I felt that councillors may be straying into an area that might ultimately prejudice any of the city's legal positions with regards to either the personnel issues that are before us and also the litigation. So, Mr. Mayor, that's my overview.
Good advice. Thank you very much. So, questions to Mr. DeVries or staff? Councillor McCrae, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, Mr. Mayor, if you had told me back in last term that we'd be sitting here today, I probably wouldn't have believed you. So it's a bit surreal, but before we begin, I'd like to ask the Deputy City Manager or the General Manager, they appeared before committee last December with a new budget and a new timeline for the completion of this project, and I'm wondering either if Mr. Newell or Ms. Shepherd could confirm, is this project still on time with respect to the new timeline, and is it still on budget with respect to the repurposed budget?
Mr. Mayor, so excellent question. With respect to the project, it is currently in detailed design, and that is what we reported back when we were last before you. That will be done by the end of this month. At that point, I will be able to sit in front of you with absolute certainty as to how we are doing within the budget envelope that you established for this project. We are working with challenges, and we are working within that budget envelope. So that's on the cost side of it. On the schedule side, I can assure you that we are working towards the scheduled date that we committed to you previously, which is to have this done by the end of this year.
So, Ms. Shepherd, we're on time, on budget then?
We are on time and on budget at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's to confirm that. I want to acknowledge that there's been a lot of changes made since this project started, and if I'm asking questions that are redundant, I would hope that any of our senior management would feel free to say that happened back then, but we've changed things. So I guess to Mr. Newell, and again, if Ms. Shepherd wants to jump in, I'm wondering if you can tell us about constructability issues and why the constructability report was never requested, whether we paid for it, and if that's something that we would usually have as part of a project.
Mr. Mayor, the constructability, first of all, a constructability review is a review to what extent the proposed bridge, in this case, can be built efficiently and effectively. And the purpose of doing this at times is to minimize issues that arise during construction, potential cost overruns or potential delays. In this particular case, in accordance with Mr. DeVries' report, there's no record of that review being submitted to the city as part of this project.
And why not, Mr. Newell?
I don't know the reasons why it was not, but that is part of our follow-up to find out further details of that particular review and the associated costs for that work.
And did we pay for that review as part of our fee to the designer?
At this point, based on the review I've looked at in the last number of days, I can't confirm, but that will be what we will look at to confirm through that assignment what was paid for and whether that deliverable was paid for or not.
Okay, because Ms. Shepard saw yesterday that we had paid for it, but I'd like to confirm that. In the context that if it's part of a package going in, I think Mr. DeVries was very clear that we need almost a checklist, if you will, of things that were in the contract or the statement of work and checking off against those. And I guess I wonder, Mr. Newell, if we had received that constructability review, do you think that would have provided information that would have allowed us to understand earlier on that there were going to be complex issues in dealing with the design of this project?
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, not the design, the construction. I apologize, the construction.
Mr. Mayor, as indicated earlier, the purpose of the constructability review, it's difficult for me to sit here and today what that review would have done differently in this project on a what-if scenario, but I think it's a fair statement that in general, reviews do help you deal with issues during the design rather than during construction.
And that's something, Mr. Newell, going forward, that you'll make sure, as a general manager, if it's asked for, it'll be done, and we'll make sure that we get what we pay for, correct?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely.
Okay. And I guess, Mr. Newell, and again, I'm going through the report, and I'll go back on the list, Mr. Mayor, afterwards. Mr. DeVries pointed out that there was no evidence of a proposed construction schedule, that there was no evidence of these documents on file, and again, he's given advice as to how to rectify that in the future. What are your comments on why the city didn't ask for a schedule from the designer?
You're correct. As part of the responsibilities of the delivery of a project, it's important to have an overall schedule from the entire component, and the construction schedule will be one component of it. So the expectations would be that those schedules be produced and the schedule be monitored and reviewed closely to ensure adherence to overall timelines.
But again, Mr. Newell, I keep asking the question, which is why that wasn't done. Do you know why we didn't have that schedule, or did you ask for that schedule?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor, the schedule at the earlier stages of the project or in general, if I could ask for clarification, please.
The construction schedule that Mr. DeVries references on page 8 of his report.
Yeah, the schedules, the overall project management schedule should have been completed at the onset. I can't, based on my review so far, tell you why that was not produced, but that is part of
but did you ask for it?
Mr. Mayor, did I ask for myself directly?
Yes.
It would be the responsibilities of the management team that would be delivering that project.
But as a general manager, did you ask for that schedule?
I directly did not ask for that schedule myself.
Is that something in the future that, as part of our policy review, that you may have a procedure in place where, as a general manager, you would ask for that kind of information?
Mr. Mayor, when we look at the future procedures, we're going to have to look at the elevation criteria as to when certain projects would be moved up to the program manager to my level.
Right.
And one of those criteria would look at high-profile, high-risk projects.
Okay, perfect. Because I think one of the things that Mr. DeVries points to in his report is just the escalation protocol and whatnot. I guess a question I have as well is in terms of how often a project is reviewed, and on page 9, Mr. DeVries talks about the fact that the manual speaks that projects are normally reviewed on a monthly basis. Given that this project was supposed to have been completed in a shorter time frame, what are your comments going forward on how we could tighten up our processes to maybe increase our reviews or look at things as a one-size-doesn't-fit-all? Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, in that statement in general is construction schedules are reviewed on a monthly basis, but depends on the type of project. We can go down to the point that it's actually on a weekly basis.
Sure.
Depends on the complexity. And also depends on the duration of the project. Those are things you'd want to take into account, and you're right, it would not be a one-size-fits-all. Make it fit that project.
And you would make sure going forward that that's very clear, that if it's a shorter project, there may be more reviews as opposed to going back to a manual, because in some ways you look at what Mr. DeVries said about the direction that's been given to our staff who are discharged with this incredible responsibility. If it's not clear to our staff who are supposed to carry this out, then management should clearly play a role in that in saying, the manual may not say this, here's our policy, but on this particular file, let's have a regular meeting once in a while, or let's talk about a different process. Is that reasonable to suggest that?
Most definitely.
Okay, thank you. Do you know, Mr. Byrne, if any bidders raised questions about constructability?
Yes, there were 2 emails that were sent, one to the project manager.
On constructability?
Yes, with regards to the schedule.
Not the schedule, constructability.
Okay, no, there wasn't.
Okay, and there were messages that were sent forward with schedule, and what happened with those messages?
As I was mentioning, one was sent directly to the project manager. The other one was sent to the purchasing officer, and the purchasing officer then forwarded that to the project manager. With regards to procurements, there's 2 lines of responsibility. One is process, which supply would be responsible for, and then there's one technical or specifications that the department would be responsible for. In reviewing the file, there doesn't appear to have been a response back from the project manager, and the purchasing officer did not elevate it within the supply branch, so the bid solicitation closed as scheduled.
Sure. And I guess, Mr. Newell, again, going back to my point about what's in the manual or what the expectations are, would you agree that the role of management should be then to provide that certainty to our staff so they would know if you get an email like that or a procurement gets it, you can escalate that? Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as the report points out, where there are gaps in practices and policies, that's certainly incumbent upon us to close those gaps and make sure that that more clear directions is provided so that project managers, for example, can understand their accountabilities and responsibilities.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, this will be my last question before I go back on the list because there's a huge list. But I guess, Mr. Newell, with regards to the statement of work that was provided by our designer and your direction to our staff, is there an understanding in the branch that staff should be looking at the statement of work, the contract, and comparing off their roles and responsibilities? Do you provide that direction, either directly or through your manager?
It might not be as explicit in our project manager's manual, but again, an expectation that when a proposal is submitted with what will be performed for a certain fee with a number of deliverables, that those deliverables would be achieved and received, and that the overall proposal be adhered to it and move forward.
But to the Mayor, if you will allow me this leniency, Mr. Mayor, just on this answer, it wasn't clear that Mr. Newell answered my question.
Okay, well, you'll have to go back because there's a whole list in front of you.
I'll get back on the list, but
Great.
can he answer the question? Is that reasonable to ask?
What's that?
I didn't hear the question answered, which was, what would the management direction be to our staff? Mr. Newell said there's an expectation, but how does management communicate that expectation to our project and program managers that they should be doing this activity? That was my question.
Very briefly, Mr. Newell, an answer, please.
Mr. Mayor, the direction does need to be more explicit, and as part of this review, we're going to have to look at how explicit it is now and what it needs to be to ensure problems like this do not occur.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. DeVries. Your report has been very helpful in describing our internal processes here and just how many things have gone wrong. I wanted to start right at the very beginning of Mr. DeVries' presentation, where he indicates that Committee and Council passed the project in June 2008, but it sat on a shelf until February 2009 with no activity at all until the selection process commenced in February 2009. So what caused that 8-month delay in the start of the project?
So, Mr. Mayor, the General Manager of PGM can come and join the table. However, in terms of the budget being approved for the EA, at that time it was assigned when there was staff available to complete the work. And so, yes, there was a delay, but it was related to existing workload and the completion of certain projects that were underway.
So if I read Mr. DeVries' report properly, it said that simple act of having it shelved for 8 months compressed the timeline. The timeline for the project was a year, but the 8-month delay meant there was only 4 months left. And when it went out to tender, 2 of the bidders wrote back to the city and said, this is 4 months for construction is a completely unrealistic time frame. Did nobody in the city think that 4 months for that project was unrealistic and that we needed to add the 8 months in that we had lost at the start?
So, Mr. Mayor, in terms of that schedule and that transition, a number of things have changed. ISD is responsible for taking on a project and confirming schedule. So that would have happened when that EA was completed. It should have. There's been a lot of should have, could haves, and would have dones that this assessment has highlighted. We've changed a lot of them. So the responsibility for establishing the final budget and the schedule now rests with ISD when they are getting ready to deliver a project. So to your point, the 4-month was absolutely unrealistic, and it was accepted and it was not challenged. And we need to do that, and ISD and the general manager can certainly speak to the expectation he has of his staff and how he is going to institute that.
Okay, so Mr. DeVries also said that part of due diligence on this project would have been a schedule analysis, but he could not find any evidence that any of that schedule analysis happened. Is that correct? It just didn't happen?
Mr. Mayor, yes, as indicated in the report, that the schedule management was not undertaken as part of this project, and again, the expectations is that does occur. And another area that is part of as we move forward is to making sure that those expectations are fully understood. It's not just a matter of receiving a schedule, it's challenging a schedule, it's working with the consultants and the contractors to ensure that the project moves forward and any risks or issues with that schedule are reviewed and mitigated at earlier stages in the project.
Okay, Mr. DeVries also indicated that the project manager's procedure manual includes a requirement for the project manager to review and accept the project budget, scope, and schedule at the time of transfer. So that's right in the project manual. That was not done?
Mr. Mayor, in accordance with the report, again, that there's an indication that that document was not completed.
So what's the internal reporting requirement up in this organization? The project manager, things that are clearly required in a project of this scope magnitude were not being done. Where was the oversight? Who was responsible for overseeing this project, and what was the reporting, and how did that go so badly off the rails?
Mr. Mayor, the reporting relationship starts at myself as general manager, and then we are broken down on a manager level, on a branch basis. For example, for municipal type projects, we deliver the program on an east-west basis, geographic basis, due to the volume of the program. Below the manager level is the program manager, and the program manager has a number of project managers that they would be responsible for those. So at the project manager level, they are the people that are hands-on, first point of contact with our consultants and our contractors for managing the project. And the protocol would be and expectations would be when issues arise that they move up from that position so that they can be addressed.
I have to tell you, throughout this project matters to my ward. It's going to serve my ward well, and it really matters to them. I was asking for information in a timely fashion throughout this project, and I was not getting timely information. It was a very frustrating thing. I'm sure Ms. Shepherd can tell you how many times she heard from me, because the frustration just continued. And to find out now that the due diligence was just not occurring is really frustrating. My next question is, have all of Mr. DeVries' observations and recommendations been reviewed, accepted, and implemented by the city?
Mr. Mayor, the report, I received a report a week ago today, so certainly the recommendations have been thoroughly reviewed. I have had discussions with my management team, and just up to this point in time, had dug a little bit deeper in areas that I was able to do to date. But from an overall perspective, that yes, my department agrees with the direction of these recommendations. The next steps will be for us to develop an action plan to obtain these recommendations, and it'll be taken on a risk-based approach. We'll be looking at what we can do in the very short term and what will take some more time. And we will, as part of this, we're committed to I'm committed to moving forward on all these recommendations, and more importantly, I'm committed on reporting out accordingly to the Mayor and Executive Committee on our progress.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add to that, because I just want to provide some clarity. I'm confident that the general manager is going to be taking all the steps to address the policy changes, the procedure changes, the clarity with expectations from the top to the bottom. I'm confident that he and his management team are going to do that. I just want to assure to you that I will be monitoring that in terms of making sure that we have institutionalized the rigor needed to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you. I think the member of the public who spoke earlier today reflected the views of the public generally, that this is a complete mess up from the city, that this project is 3 years late and $4 or $5 million over budget, and it is completely unacceptable. And she noted, and I think most of us agree, that there has to be accountability when something like this happens. So my next question, I'm sure Rick's going to be raising his hand. My next question is, in terms of accountability, can we go in camera to discuss personnel issues?
Mr. Chair, the committee can always go in closed session to deal with labor relations or employee negotiations issues. But what I would caution them about, and I would not recommend it at this point in time, is that this was an independent third-party review to look at the processes and procedures of this particular project and provide recommendations so that there are lessons learned and it doesn't happen again. Mr. Chair, in order to ensure that Mr. DeVries was autonomous and independent, management has not done a personnel review of this particular issue until this committee has received the report and heard all of the information it needs to hear. So even if this committee decided to move into closed session, I'm not certain that I would have very much to offer you other than what I've already read in Mr. DeVries' report.
I think I might have some views to offer you, though, and that might be in camera that we would like to do that. So, Mr. Mayor, I will ask at some point during this meeting that we go in camera to discuss personnel issues. I will move that we go in camera. It doesn't have to be right now. I know there's a long list, but at some point in this meeting to discuss personnel issues related to this file, and I think that's very important for us to do that. And I think we have to do it in a timely fashion. So, Mr. O'Connor, maybe you could tell us what your time frame is for that review.
Mr. Chair, and perhaps I can back up by providing the committee with an explanation. My previous career was 12 and a half years as a labor lawyer. So when you look at the next steps with regards to any personnel issue that you're faced with, it begins with the manager in charge doing an impartial and fair investigation of all the facts that they are aware of at that point in time, whether or not there were any employee obligations breached, and that would include looking at such things as interviewing all of the staff involved. And I would suggest to the committee that at this point in time, with the greatest respect to Mr. DeVries, he may not have interviewed everybody because his scope was with regards to processes and procedures, and it's through my experience as a labor lawyer that often gets rather large when you have to interview all of the witnesses or people involved. You then have to look at every corporate policy and procedure and every departmental or internal policy and procedure and make a determination and evaluation of what the expectations were they set out for the employees involved, and were they overseen and met by those employees. With regards to a particular employee, you would then have to look at whether or not they had past performance issues, whether there was prior disciplinary action on their record, whether or not they had good or poor annual performance appraisals. You would also look at the length of their service with the corporation. You would then, from a labor relations point of view, Mr. Chair, look at the city's past practices in determining what we may do in addressing a similar misconduct, if indeed misconduct is found at the end of the day. And finally, Mr. Chair, we would do a review of the prior court and arbitration decisions to see whether or not we were in line with the same sort of decisions that are coming out at that point in time. So, Mr. Mayor, to go back to the member's question, I don't know how long the review would take. If I say 60 or 90 days, I'm sure there would be expectations and then disappointment if I said I had to interview, or my staff had to interview, another dozen employees, and we're looking into a variety of other issues. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I do not know how long that personnel review would take.
I just want to, I think the community and the taxpayers expect accountability, and they expect it in a timely fashion.
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Deans, if I could add to the City Solicitor's comments. In fact, it's not the City Solicitor's review to do, it's mine. I could not do it without the advice and the assistance of the City Solicitor, but I totally concur with what he said. I've been clear in the past that I would not begin my assessment of the responsibilities for and the discipline for the responsibility of the failure of this bridge project until we had the benefit of the third-party review. That's being completed. It's in front of you today. We can now begin that work, but I don't know yet how long that will take. I completely concur with what Mr. Connors just told you.
Thank you.
I would probably rule against going into camera because I think it's inappropriate for council to get into the specifics of personnel. I think that we have a system. Cities got the mayor's link to the administration, that if you have specific personnel you want to discuss, you can discuss it with the mayor as opposed to open council.
No, I've moved it. It's my right as a member of council.
Just a few questions from Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. DeVries, I've read through your report a couple of times, and we actually met during the preparation of your report. If you could point to the single biggest factor that caused the project to go awry, what would that be?
I think what you're looking at with my review is how the project management around this project handled a very difficult situation. So I think you have the information on that through the Buckland and Taylor report and other engineering reports that you have, and that clearly wasn't my mandate to review that. But
maybe I should rephrase my question. I guess where I'm going is, what information that would have crossed city staff's desk? What would have been the earliest possible time in your mind that bells should have started going off, that alarms should have started going, saying this project is in serious problem? When, to your mind, now that you've looked at our processes, when should that have happened? What was the event? What was the timing?
Yeah, that clearly is during the pre-design stage. I think there was clear evidence put forward by the consultant themselves that this was a very complex design, and they stated as much in their proposal. So I think the general knowledge was there, and I think that's the time that this issue should have been addressed.
Okay, so let's put this in a perfect world. You're sitting behind that desk. That report comes across. What should have happened next?
Well, I think ISD have addressed that in their new procedures through this constructability review. They are requiring that now as part of their process, and I think that's a very excellent thing to do. And, you know, through that and the risk management process that they've instituted, I think this issue might have been caught.
So we could have fixed this, if you will, before the shovels even went in the ground?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. This is a question for Mr. Kirkpatrick and or Ms. Shepherd, or maybe both. We've received a report from the outside looking in, and that's great and that's helpful, as is this discussion. But both of you are in unique positions in that you're inside. And we've heard that the terms of the report or the recommendations of the report are being accepted and are going to be implemented. But again, to go to Mr. O'Connor's point, Mr. DeVries didn't necessarily interview everybody on staff that touched the project, but both of you were in a unique position on this project. And so I'm asking you from the inside looking in, is there anything additional that you think should be done, could have been done, and that we need to implement going forward, other than all the good recommendations of Mr. DeVries? I'm assuming you did some sort of internal review, the two of you, had internal discussions about what went wrong. So what can you put on the table today so that this sort of thing doesn't happen again?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Eagle, I think in terms of this project and what happened from the staff performance and management performance perspective that contributed to the outcome that we have, including, as was said earlier, some problems with performance of contractors also. I think Mr. DeVries has nailed it. I don't have anything in addition to what he's already identified as what were the gaps that existed at that time, what needs to be fixed, how much of it has already been fixed, but what's left to be done. But I will comment at the end of the discussion on things that we have learned as a senior executive management and senior management that I think we need to do to highlight and clarify accountability for all staff at the city. I'll speak to that later.
So to that point then, when Mr. Newell talked about an action report going forward based on Mr. DeVries' report, then your action report is going to include absolutely everything that Mr. DeVries has recommended, and will give us a timeline for every one of those recommendations to be implemented.
Mr. Mayor, I certainly will expect that as a minimum in the action plan. I also will be expecting that the general manager, and he's already mentioned that he's dealing with his management team, I expect that he will be engaging staff. We deliver a lot of projects very successfully. We need to make sure everyone in that organization is fully engaged in this change process, because without everybody engaged and sharing how to improve these processes and make sure it doesn't happen again, a manual just doesn't cut it. So as a minimum, we will address everything in this report, but as we go through this process, we may frankly say, you know what, we need to do a little bit more in this area, and in this area we may need to change recommendations. But it will be done in a very holistic way.
Will it be done in a very timely way? In other words, when can we expect the action report to come back?
I'll turn it over to Mr. Newell to speak specifically. I know that there's a lot of things in this report and recommendations that are what I would consider low-hanging fruit. In fact, I know, and I'll let the general manager speak to it in terms of some of the things he's already doing. In my memo, I talked to things that we have already done. So you will get a sense of what kinds of things are already happening, and then the plan to deal with the rest of them.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking the question, because we have hundreds and hundreds of projects out there that are underway, and we thought this one was going to be fine. And so we've got hundreds of others that we're also assuming are going to be fine, but we know that there's problems with our system. So I think, as I said, not only has to be holistic, but it has to be timely. So when are you going to come back to us?
Mr. Mayor, I believe I'd be in a position in about a 6-week process to come with an action plan. But during that period, as Ms. Shepherd had indicated, if there's some quick hits that can be implemented, we've already implemented some, at this point, there may be informal ways to capture some of these things that needs to be formalized. But I think over the next 4 to 6 weeks with my management team and engaging some staff for input, we can put an action plan together as to all the issues we need to address, where are the gaps, and in what time frame would we want to address those. And we would take a risk-based approach in doing so, that if there are issues of high importance, such as the need to improve our ways of contract management, the reviews of schedules, that would be given a higher priority to roll that out. For example, as we come upon the soon-to-be construction season for 2014.
Well, I was going to say, I'm glad to hear the 6-week timeline, because as Mr. DeVries said in answer to a question, this project could have been fixed before the shovels went in the ground. And in a month or so, or 2 months, we're going to have a lot of shovels going into the ground. So I look forward to that report within a 6-week time frame.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add to that, because Mr. Newell was speaking about the actions going forward. I can't emphasize enough that a lot of work has been done. So I just sat with the general manager, and he has gone through the program that he's put in place for every single project that he is managing, where he's instituted a red light, green light, yellow light approach that deals with key risks on whether it's schedule, scope, or financial. So that has already been done. I've sat with him. We've got a process in place to elevate appropriately to the city manager. So I want to give you that assurance that already I've sat through that with the general manager. It's in place. Do we have more to do? Yes, and I think that's what the general manager was appropriately speaking to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Blois, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure where to begin, and I hope I know where to stop, and I'm sure if I start going a little too far, Mr. O'Connor will intervene and hold me back. But I guess my first question is, Ms. Shephers, right off the bat to one of the questions, you mentioned that this project is on time, on budget, and I'm not sure if I understood the context of that. Can you try to explain for us all here, because I looked around the room and there seemed to be a sort of a common gaze about what does on time, on budget mean, because when I'm looking at this project, I certainly don't see that.
Mr. Mayor, I was speaking to the report that was in front of you where additional funds were established for this and a timeline. So that report established the end of the year for completion, and it requested and you approved $4.65 million additional funds for this project.
So on time, on budget really means the additional 3 years or so, the additional $4.65 million. That's what we're talking about here. Okay. Trying to understand something about the timelines, and I'm going to refer it back to what's been before us today, but I'm looking at, and I'm not going to rehash the whole chronology, but I'm looking back in January 2013 where you'd indicated to us that the project was going to be more than what we thought it was going to be. And then in August of 2013, you provided us with an update that the fabrication steel and railing system was happening and work was progressing. And then I look at the media conference that was held on October the 4th, and at that point you indicated that as of September the 5th, the city had fired the engineering firm and had hired another engineering firm. What happened between, and as a councillor, the first time I heard about this was October 4th, even though we heard rumblings and rumors out there. What happened between September 5th and October 4th? So the action was actually taken somewhere along the way on September 5th, and on October 4th that was made public, including for members of council. So a month elapsed.
Mr. Mayor, in September, that's when the services of the consulting firm were terminated, as we were trying to address the third-party review on the constructability related to the connection point that connects the cables to the structure. So upon termination of those services, we had to move forward with a new consulting firm. And that firm, we had to bring them on board to look at the issues at hand and focusing on how do we move forward with what we have already constructed to date. So that time period was about getting a new team on board and about trying to determine the path forward so we can finish the completion. We can complete this project.
So in terms of communications during that period, I'm assuming that the mayor was in the know, the city manager would have been in the know, there would have been some people in the know. It wasn't just a decision, we better go find another engineering firm.
No, all players were involved in the decision-making process to move forward with a new firm and decide on how we're going to finish the project.
Now, just a quick question here. The firm that was hired, if I see this correctly, was the second place firm in the original bidding. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that was correct.
And we don't see any issue with that in terms of how this may play out, any conflicts of interest, since we're always so conscientious?
We refer to them as the second place firm, but they were actually the highest technical rated firm in the original evaluation, but when we factored in the financial portion of the project, they were pushed to second spot.
Okay. Mr. Connor, over to you, and I'm trying to be very careful here because I want to make sure that I don't make any comments that come back to haunt me or us or anybody else in this room. You're talking about, in your sort of preamble, you talk about that the review, this is not a review of the performance of external consultants and contractors, but rather just, and then not looking at the overall structural adequacy. And you talk about it's anticipated the findings and recommendations will not influence any existing or future legal proceedings arising out of this project. I'm trying to understand how, if we put something here before us that talks about, let's say, strengths and weaknesses of a process, how that doesn't implicate any current or future legal undertakings. And I'll quote you the next part that really triggered this for me. Accordingly, no direct legal implications associated with the committee's receipt of this report. Rather, this may mitigate the risk of costly litigation. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm somewhat puzzled.
Mr. Mayor, as a result of the desire of both yourself and the ward councillor to have this independent review, we have tried to be as open as possible. I was interviewed by Mr. DeVries as well as a number of other people, and we have tried to ensure that his independence and his autonomy was in no way, shape, or form influenced by the specter of pending litigation or personnel issues. So I think council deserved, and committee has in front of them, the facts that Mr. DeVries has founded and the recommendations. And Mr. Mayor, I think that's appropriate.
Okay. I'm sort of bouncing between timelines and technical documents, so it gets a little muddled at times. But I'm looking at the recommendations that came forward, the observations that talk about reporting, communications, and authority, and then recommendations that are made. And I think it is a positive step forward. But in the end, without pointing fingers or blame, Mr. Kirkpatrick, where does this all rest? Because somewhere along the way, somebody has to take responsibility. So where does this rest in the end? We can talk all about communications, reporting, authority. I'm not sure where we're going with this today.
You, Mayor, to Councillor Blows, my understanding is where we're at today is you're receiving the results of the third-party independent review that identifies what was missing in 2010, 2011 that contributed to the failure that this project is today. And as I've said earlier in response to Councillor Deans, with respect to the accountability for the failure, I will begin that assessment. I've said in the past we won't begin it until the third-party independent review results were in front of committee and council and the public. We'll begin that. I can tell you that I believe that there were failures both in terms of individual performance but also by management as a whole in terms of having the systems, policies, procedures, and oversight in place to ensure that staff were performing individually as they need to. And I will begin the assessment of both through the responsibility and the discipline that's necessary as a result of where we're at with this project now.
Okay, thank you. Anything else I would say would be premature.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Blois. Conseiller Monette, s'il vous plaît.
Councillor Monette, please.
When a tender of this magnitude goes out, who is responsible for reviewing the schedule provided to different bidders?
The review of the schedule would be a team effort at the project management level and the external consulting firm.
Okay. When the schedule was reviewed, was there any red flags raised to staff or senior city managers?
Mayor, not at that time, no.
Okay, I guess the question I would have is why were senior city managers not aware of any delays on this issue?
Mr. Mayor, the early delays were not aware at the manager level, but as we moved through the project into October, November 2011, that's when it became apparent.
Okay. It seems like a lot of focus is on the project manager. What kind of follow-ups were done by senior managers to ensure that the project was on time and on stream?
Mr. Mayor, the process in place that, as indicated earlier, the organizational structure, the project managers report up to the program managers, and there's the expectations that that the program manager oversees a number of project managers delivering numerous projects, and that any issues that need to be pushed up should be done so. And again, our approach is, if there are gaps on the understanding of those expectations, it's very important that we ensure that the communications, the escalation criteria are better established to prevent that from occurring again.
I guess as we move forward, I support the recommendations that have been put forward, but I think more responsibility on all senior managers should be looked at, as when there is a major project like that, they should be hands-on, and they should also know when there is issues. And when I'm talking about senior managers, I'm talking about all levels of senior manager should be aware of what's happening. And hopefully in the future, when we have a project like this, or any large project in this magnitude, that senior managers are apprised and are responsible for any actions that are taken or non-actions that are taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Merci, conseiller.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm hearing a common theme around the table about project communications, and I think that's going to be the main focus of where this all goes to. And I'll give you a quick example. When I got on the job in 2010, I was quickly saddled with the splash wave pool. And as you know, we went through some struggles on that, and there was delays and delays and delays. And until I called in both city staff and the contractor into the splash wave pool and ran around with my hair on fire, there wasn't really any communications on what was going on with that project. But when we decided every 2 weeks, I want an email, I want a status, I want to know what's going on, we're bumping people out of this facility, then the project started moving quite quickly, and it got completed quite well. But I've seen this time and again, and I guess, we can take this as a learning experience, a very costly and embarrassing learning experience, but I'm hoping if we get anything out of this, I'm hoping we're making changes quicker on what we're doing. For example, I hear about this yellow red light, green light, red light. Are we using a software, a custom project software? And I'll tell you why, is because I've been through Crown corporations before, and I've done this as a career. Project management software is critical to making sure that there's checks and balances and milestones that are achieved throughout the project life cycle. Do we use a software now, like a Microsoft project or something else?
Mr. Mayor, your comments are absolutely correct. What has happened is as we've morphed through the different program reporting systems, recognizing the need for its expansion and its requirements. At this point in time, the system is actually an in-house developed through an Excel programming and a number of links. I won't go too far with the IT aspect. That's not my area of expertise. But it is a self-developed system. Recognizing the sustainability of that system, there is a corporate IT management team priority for moving forward with a system that would be in place as part of the overall IT system itself.
So you know what I'm going to say. Excel is not a project management tool. Microsoft Project is a project management tool where you can define resources and allocations and actually be able to create those beautiful Gantt charts that are required to be able to see where projects are running, because there's multiple tasks happening in a project. And it also allows for workflows, so emails are sent if something's forgotten, and people can follow up on it. So if I was going to throw 2 cents in here, I think we really have to get into the 21st century here and start thinking about using tools that are readily available off the shelf to be able to make life easier on yourselves.
Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCrae, round 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of great questions have been asked, and I'm not going to ask them again. Obviously, I've gone through this third-party document over and over and over again. But one thing I wanted to ask Ms. Shepherd, and we've had many discussions about this. Ms. Shepherd, I opened up my remarks when the Mayor allowed me to this morning, speaking about my question. Is this a one-off, or is there a systemic issue in this department that you think needs to be fixed? And I wonder if you can comment on that, please.
Mr. Mayor, first I will say, as I've said before, we have been successful in delivering a lot of projects. So let's start off by acknowledging that, as Mr. DeFries has as well. But I'm not going to rest there. I'm asking, and I will be asking the GM as part of the work plan to actually spot check. And let's do a few projects, and let's assess what kind of processes, procedures, and policies, how they're being followed and monitored, so that we can get a sense of the scope of the work we need to do to institute the rigor we need and create the culture we need to drive this agenda.
Ms. Shepherd, yesterday, what did you tell me about what that culture was today? Are we there yet?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe we are, and I believe that this report shows that there are some cultural changes we have to drive.
From the top down?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One reason why I held the Auditor General report, Mr. Mayor, is I think there may be a role for our AG to play. And I notice Mr. Hughes is here, and I'll take my questions to the next report. But I think, Mr. Mayor, if it may be helpful, and I notice Councillors Hubley and Shirley are on the list to speak next, I think the AG may want to play a role in this in terms of monitoring, Mr. Mayor. So today this committee is receiving a report. We're hearing recommendations. There's been many questions about when will we hear back, what's the process, how do we know what we expected was being done. And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask that question of the AG in the next report that I've held to find out if the AG could actually play a monitoring role in this, to have that oversight, independent of the bureaucracy, to come back to committee and say all these things were expected, and here's what's actually been done. So I'm wondering, Mr. Kirkpatrick, if you agree with that approach.
Mr. Chair, I do.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last question I have to staff, and there's many, many technical questions, Mr. Mayor, when you look in this document, and it goes back to something that Councillor Manette was talking about, and what is the role of management in these kinds of projects. And you know, the question was, well, what about communication? Well, we had lots of communication on this project, and there were a lot of technical details. And one thing Mr. DeVries pointed out was that on a lot of the documents that were sent to me, the ward councillor, there was a program manager copied. And again, I'm not sure what the role of the program manager is, but that is staff to explain. But the manager of this project, who is an engineer, was also copied. And it makes me wonder, Mr. Newell, how many times did the manager for this project go on site to personally see for himself how this project was moving along?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not able to tell you the number of site visits that the manager made.
But you don't know?
I don't know the number of times he's on site.
And how about yourself, Mr. Newell? Did you go on site?
I've probably been on site or drive by hundreds of times, 100.
But okay, so when you went in your hundreds of times driving by, then did you notice, like I noticed, my Hunt Club residents noticed, my Riverside Park residents, and I could go on and on, who called me, who emailed me, that this project may look like it was not going according to plan?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to clarify, before the November of 2011, I had not been on site. As you can appreciate, we have many 400 projects, and when those hundreds I'm referring to is starting the site visit at the time when problems occurred.
But Mr. Mayor, I guess my comment on this is going to be, and I apologize, I guess, for my animated tone right now, but this is exactly, I think, part of the culture that I need Ms. Shepherd to talk about, which is when you have a project that's supposed to be delivered by the end of October, somebody at a higher level in the corporation responsible for implementing these policies, and I can go back to the Municipal Act that talks about our job, should have been on that site or at least looked at it. Because I know I did, and I know I constantly asked the Deputy City Manager's office as things were getting close to, it looks like it's not going to be built on time. And I vividly remember driving by on the 12th of October, 2011. It was a council day. And I was on my way to Washington, D.C. for the first time, and I called the City Manager's office when I got home, and I said, this doesn't look like this is going to be finished. Oh, no, I will look into it. And 2 days later, when I was out of the country, I find out there's going to be a delay. So, Mr. Mayor, with respect to our public service, who I said at the beginning of this, I think We support them. They do a good job, and there's so many levels of bureaucracy in this place. At the end of the day, I believe fundamentally we need to hear our city manager and our deputy city manager say, when we have so many levels of management looking after a project, there is a minimum expectation that someone's going to go and look at it at some point and support those program and project managers who may not have understood how to escalate things. And the proof is in the pudding, Mr. Mayor, because Mr. DeVries' report tells us that there was an escalation protocol missing. And again, we've put some of that in place. I get that, but I find that answer particularly frustrating, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Newell, that project was ending by the end of October and you still had not gone by, knowing, or ought to have known, because your manager got those updates, that we were not progressing on that file. So Mr. Mayor, I'm pleased that we have this third-party review before us, and I will be speaking about the AG's independent oversight of the recommendations in the next report. Thank you.
We will be hearing from the Deputy City Manager and the City Manager. So next, Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it mentions that you've implemented some changes, such as a no surprises clause, and now that you have a risk management template. I got to admit that I found that very surprising. There wasn't anything there, and I want to give you a chance to comment. I'm sure there must have been some kind of process, whether informal or formal, in place that when there was issues, they were supposed to be escalated up to the DCM and the city manager. Could you talk to that, Mr. Newell, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. There are informal processes in place. What we have moved forward in the last number of years is to formalize that better, and recognizing there is more to do. There is more to do, and it's about consistency. It's about the escalation criteria, that everybody understands what needs to be escalated and when. So that escalation criteria would not just be a budgetary criteria, it would be in relation to scope, to budget, to schedule, and communications. So, and from a risk perspective, yes, again, risks are being assessed, but is not as formalized. We need to better formalize it, and again, be more consistent, so that we can be ahead and we can understand these issues more proactively. As Ms. Shepherd alluded to earlier, we now have a management system in place that these projects are being watched by myself and my management team. We have developed that list for our watch list. We have a watch list that goes up through Ms. Shepherd and to Mr. Kirkpatrick, and so that's what we're doing to make sure that we are on these projects, that this does not occur again.
When you speak about what comes up to Ms. Shepherd and the city manager and that, I'd like you to talk about how that comes back down, how that information flows back down. If there's information going up to you, I'm sure there's questions, I'm sure there's direction to staff that have to be taken to address issues. Is that a new mechanism in place that's going to take place in a more timely manner as well?
Mr. Mayor, yes, the expectation is, and further discussions as we've talked about this cultural understanding accountabilities, responsibilities to meet the expectations. If the management team is talking about particular projects, the managers will drive that down to the program managers, to the project managers, so everybody understands the expectations and the deliverables.
The report talks about a problem with, or an issue with communication within your area. Is there a role for the city's communications department to be helping identify the communication strategy for your department, and also identifying the critical info that would be needed, not just in the construction side of the reports, but also for the city, like what the ward council and the council itself need to know about these projects, especially when they're starting to get in trouble? Is that going to be just your area determining that, or are you going to bring in, for example, the communications department?
Mr. Mayor, the communications has a representative, actually sits in my departmental management team meeting and has been done so for a number of years. And that is about helping us with communicating on the delivery of the program, establishing protocols and procedures within my department as to when to elevate, as to when to coordinate with any advertisement or any issues associated with communications. So that is in place, and part of that communications role is to not only understand what we're doing, but bring in the corporate lens on the communications issues, so that we're all working together.
You just said they've been there for years, so comms was part of this whole, whatever term we want to put to this process?
Mr. Mayor, it's been more recent, but the whole communications, the need for enhanced communications, as an example, the rollout of the project status updates in 2012, when the demand for information was there. That's when communications really started working with us closer, and we saw the need that the communications representatives sit at our management table and provide us guidance.
Thank you. And now for Ms. Shepherd's, one of the other surprises in this report to me was that a recommendation that we link payments to deliverables with the consultants. Could you explain why that wouldn't have been in place in the first place, and just exactly what triggered payments if it wasn't tied to deliverables?
I'm going to let Jeff Byrne answer that in terms of the contract oversight and management.
There certainly were deliverables within the contract, but you're correct, the payments weren't linked to them. What's been our practice on our engineering consulting contracts is generally to allow for progress payments, which releases payments based on the progress of the work, and that allows for them to finance the project as they go through it. As you can appreciate, many of these design projects are over an extended period of time, but we certainly, as an organization, have many contracts where we tie payments directly to the deliverables.
So will we're hearing lots of commitments for accountability in the construction going forward and so on. In the broader area of contracts with consultants, because it's a big line item in the city's budget, are we going to be adopting some of these practices then, such as what's listed in the report, and more accountability from the consultants for whatever they're supposed to be delivering tied to their payments? Is that what we're looking at, or are you comfortable with the processes you have in place now?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, definitely you're comfortable with what's in place now, or yes, definitely you're making big changes to how we hold our consultants accountable?
Yeah, we'll be implementing the enhancements and recommendations.
Will we be seeing something different coming to either FEDCO or to council about the changes in that whole process for the overall view of business with consultants?
Yes, we do an annual report to FEDCO and Council with regards to the activities of the supply branch, and we would capture that type of information in our annual report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Shirelli, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As we've looked at projects over the past several years, you'll often have council several months, if not a year or more, ahead of staff in approving projects versus capacity to construct them. So I'm wondering, how much of the deficiency in systems do you think plays a role in our delay in capacity to actually handle projects?
Mr. Mayor, I think as part of our further review, we'll be able to determine that better. From a delivery perspective, our capacity, we've relied on the extension of our staff through the consulting industry to assist us. We saw that in the Economic Stimulus Fund program. So in general, the capital program over the last number of years has been achieved in excess of our targets, over 90% of the program delivered. So is there, if I understand your question correctly, is there a correlation between workload and ability to comply? That is something we need to look at. We did recognize during the Economic Stimulus Fund we had pushed the envelope on the capacity of our people. We managed to deliver. We delivered over 99% of that program by the timeline, but we were over capacity to do so.
Okay, through the course of this particular project, there were many points where staff gave assurances either to members of public or council that things were on track and everything was going to be okay on this project. What were those assurances based on?
Mr. Mayor, I think the assurances about being on track were very early on in the project. In November 2011, following the concrete pour of the tower, and it took an investigation through the winter. We were in fact saying the schedule that had been established was unknown until we sorted that out. And so I think that there might have been insurance as we progressed until we came across another issue. As you well recognize, there's been a number of issues associated with this project, the original concrete pour, and then the complications with implementing part of the project and then termination of the consultant. So I think that there has been reset milestones, as Ms. Shepherd alluded to earlier, in December 3rd, with knowing where we are now today. We've reestablished ourselves with budget and schedule. That is our schedule, and again, that'll be confirmed as we move forward in the next month with the finalization of the design.
Okay, and in the over the course of time on this project, presumably as things started to crumble from a procedural point of view, you were looking for deficiencies in the process and in the approach. How many, prior to the DeVries report, how many of the deficiencies found in the report had you already discovered, and how many had you missed?
Mr. Mayor, there's a number of findings in there that we just became aware of in the last week. But when the project did see complications in November, the actions we took are in alignment with the recommendations in the report. Everything from risk, schedule management, escalation, addressing the issues in a proactive mode, setting the appropriate schedules based on what we knew at hand.
So you're saying some of them you did discover before the report, some of them you didn't?
What I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, there were some things brought to my attention that not aware of until the report. As an example, during the construction phase, our focus was dealing with the construction issues at hand. We were not aware of some of the scheduling issues earlier on before it was elevated.
All right. Now, in commissioning the DeVries report, we've embraced the principle of third-party review on this. And so my next question is, how can, if we've embraced that, why would we then step toward staff reaching the sole decision as to how and whether these recommendations are implemented? Is there going to be third-party advice on whether and how those recommendations are being implemented? Is that going to come from the AG, or is it going to come from Mr. DeVries' company? How is that going to work?
Can I just comment? Councillor McCrae has a motion that deals with that she'll introduce.
That's later.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, there may well be a role for independent assessment, and I'm sure that you folks will direct that. But I would just want to confirm that the city manager and I are going to be fully engaged in, number one, looking at what the work plan is and then monitoring progress. And so part of developing that work plan, I will be expecting the general manager to show when and how we would be able to manage that so that we can be assured that things are progressing and that we are achieving those, regardless of independent oversight that may happen that would also confirm that we've achieved what the recommendations spell out.
Okay, and since people always say generals fight the last war, I'm wondering what you're doing to look at possible improvements to processes beyond the DeVries report, because Mr. DeVries might not be perfect either on this, and there could be other approaches, especially for other projects.
Mr. Mayor, we will be taking the recommendations and the findings of this report as our work plan in terms of going forward for the department. I've already mentioned, and the GM has mentioned, that a lot of things have been done, and some of them happened as these failures came to light. We made changes. So this is department-wide, which means that every project that is under our responsibility that you've given us will be subject to these new processes and controls.
And on this specific project, what's different now than, say, 3 weeks ago?
Mr. Mayor, There is nothing different. This project got elevated up and has had full court press in terms of all hands on deck to make sure that we are delivering this project fit for purpose within the timeframes we have committed to. And that was instituted as I'll have the general manager add to that. But in terms of what's happened to the project as a result of this, I would say nothing. I mean, our focus is clearly very aligned in terms of moving this project forward.
Okay. You said the city manager would say something on that?
Mr. Mayor, if I could maybe just elaborate to give you some quick hits as we talked about, and these are in alignment with Mr. DeVries' report. So there's everything from issue escalation to we are conducting ongoing risk schedule sessions. There is contract document management submissions, as the example, tracking all necessary submissions to keep this project moving. We've instituted a third-party review. We have our structural senior advisor on board providing us technical advice. We've engaged scheduling and claims specialists to help us out in this project. We're closely monitoring the contractor's performance, the consultant's performance, and we've got a higher level ongoing reporting to councillors, to the mayor, and to senior management. As an example, the approach is very different. We've got actual suppliers, contractors on board during this new design process. It's a complete enhanced team approach, and we're doing things like ordering materials such as a steel deck before the design is even completed, once we know the particular specifications of that. So there are a lot of things going on differently on this now to make every effort absolutely possible to adhere to our schedule and budget.
Okay, and on two upcoming motions from Councillor McCrae, I'll be supporting the motion that I think will be coming forward on the Auditor General. Remembering also, aside from having a new Auditor General, we also have a Deputy Auditor General who's an engineer, probably is better suited than most AG position people to do this kind of thing. I'm also going to, at this point, be supporting Councillor Dean's motion to ensure that Council can give very specific direction to City Manager without fear of prejudicing anyone's reputation out in public. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think it's clear that all of us feel that this particular exercise is an embarrassment. I'm a little concerned that we get a report from the consultant to receive that looks like a primer for Engineering 101. And yes, it's been a disappointment to have to go through all the reiterations on this project. But my concerns are that it isn't just implementing the 9-step primer. It isn't just tightening the bolts. I think, as Councillor McCrae points out, it's a systemic issue as opposed to individual issues. As the, I guess, size of the organization grows, the number of things we have to deal with grows, and a lot of things fell between the cracks. I'm sure we did all these things before. I can remember not authorizing people to bid on contracts because of questions about their capacity to do them. I don't know what happened to that role, but it doesn't seem to be there anymore. My comments on this, we do have, as Councillor McCrae pointed out, a municipal act. The municipal act says that the mayor is the chief executive officer, and he is the link between council and the corporation. I believe that's how we should deal with this. I do not believe that getting an in-camera meeting to try to avoid slaying the dragon is useful. I think it's early, premature. I think clearly we need to absorb this report. We need to have a staff report follow it at some point, and whether it's 60 days, Mr. O'Connor, or 90 days, or 120 days, hopefully during the term of this council. It's my concern that we get carried away in the heat of the moment and do something that isn't easily taken back. So I'm going to suggest to my fellow councillors that we don't go into camera. I'm going to suggest that we wait for the next report and that we hopefully don't have to wait too long. You know, as a group, this has been an abnormally successful council, regardless of the fact that there's big arguments that, well, there's not enough conflict. Well, basically, if you set some objectives and you shoot at them and achieve them for the most part, then what's there to be in conflict about? Little bits and pieces from time to time. But I am very concerned that we'll let this thing get out of hand. The project get out of hand. Let's not let the council get out of hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, comments to staff? Okay, so Councillor McCray, I think, as I understand from the Deputy City Clerk, your motion is more appropriately done at the section we deal with the Auditor General. Councillor Deans has a motion to go in camera. Councillor Deans, would like to introduce that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the meeting of the Finance and Economic Development Committee move in camera to consider personnel matters related to the Airport Parkway pedestrian cycling bridge third-party independent review pursuant to Section 13(1) of the Procedure Bylaw for the reasons set out below. B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including staff. D, labor relations or employee negotiations. E, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city, including matters before administrative tribunals. And F, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Okay, I'm recommending we not go in camera. I think it's premature at this point. We're going to hear from the Deputy City Manager and the Manager, and they've certainly indicated to me that any action from a disciplinary point of view will be communicated to members of Council, because that is the responsibility under our bylaws. We've delegated that authority to the City Manager. So, yeas and nays on. Sorry?
I was on the question list, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor McCray, I apologize.
No, Mr. Mayor, no need. Thank you. I guess, Mr. Mayor, it's for you to the City Manager and the City Solicitor, if necessary. On several fronts, I heard different things today, and I want to be crystal clear what it is we heard. So, Mr. Kirkpatrick, I think you made it clear to us that you've seen this report, you've read it, you synthesized as much of it as you can in the time that you had it, but that it's not clear to you yet how any of these interrelationships played among staff to have a clear path yet as to what action you might take. Is that correct? Are we being premature, I guess, is the shorter question.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor McCray, I do believe that, as it has been expressed, it would be premature at this point in time. It is not clear enough yet to me to see that way forward, but as has been indicated, it's our responsibility. We take it seriously, and we will pursue it with alacrity.
My favorite word, alacrity. Sorry, I was getting dissed for using that word today. Again, through the Mayor, to Mr. O'Connor. Again, Mr. O'Connor, without reiterating your comments at the beginning of this meeting, is there anything in camera that you believe we can discuss that we could not discuss now? Because, Mr. Mayor, if there's one thing that we've learned, is one, to be as transparent and open as possible, and our public has the right to hear what we're going to discuss, as do media and anybody else weighing in on this issue. But by the same token, Mr. Mayor, we should never be discussing labor relations issues ever in public that could ever damage somebody's reputation, especially given that the City Manager has said that it might even be premature to even understand what the extent of the roles and responsibilities were and how any infraction, if you will, might be dealt with. So I guess, Mr. O'Connor, my question is, how can you guide us to have this discussion without violating those issues in a public forum?
Mr. Mayor, at this point in time, I don't believe I can. I think, as the member has correctly summarized, there has been a very open, transparent debate. I heard excellent questions from members of Council. I heard staff being very clear with their answers. And at this point in time, I think everything has been done in open. And yes, I'm not fond of doing labor relations in an open session where decisions have to be made that will certainly affect careers and progression through the system.
So final question, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager. Is there anything, Mr. Kirkpatrick, that you can tell us in camera? You don't have to say what it is, but you can say, yes, I have this one burning thing to tell you, or I have 5 things. Is there anything that you're going to tell us in camera? Because I want to be clear, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Deans needs an opportunity to explain again the rationale for the motion, I just want to be crystal clear why we would shut down an open public process that started out so open and public by bringing a third-party report to a committee where we have a delegation, it's being televised, we're having minutes. Our accountability here in terms of being open is clear. We're very open about this. We're talking on microphones about our thoughts on this process. What will be gained by going in camera? Do you have a list of 5 items, 1 item? What are you going to tell us in camera without getting into the substance that you can't tell us right now?
Mr. Mayor, the answer is nothing. The pieces that are clear to me now are not enough. It's incomplete, and as I said, it would be premature, in my opinion, for Council to have that discussion.
So I guess, Mr. Mayor, the bottom line then maybe is we ask Mr. Kirkpatrick to come back with the city solicitor, if it's appropriate, to provide a labour relations update when the time comes. Is that reasonable?
Mr. Mayor, it is.
Okay. Thank you. That direction's given. Thank you. Councillor Aglai on moving in camera.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a question for the city solicitor. In light of the comments that you made about process, depending what we discuss in camera or what direction we might try and give you in camera, is there a financial risk to the city by moving too quickly on this issue? I think you know what I'm getting at.
Janice.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I had a number of concerns that I wasn't prepared to enunciate earlier with regards to what may or may not transpire in the open session, including the possibility that there might be aggravated or additional damages that could arise from things that may or may not be said, appreciating that a committee meeting such as this has a certain amount of qualified privilege. I am concerned about additional damages in any potential lawsuits that might arise, whether they are of a personnel nature or of a corporate nature. I am concerned about the possibility of defamation lawsuits that might arise, and I'm also concerned about the possibility, and this one I take very seriously, of the concept of disqualifying bias, that is, whether it is members of council, and I know some legal counsel out there have suggested that the concept of disqualifying bias whereby members of council, and now they are alleging senior staff, have predetermined an issue so much that you have a closed mind to it, that you are not prepared to hear alternative resolutions, that might also endanger or prejudice the city's legal positions.
Thanks for that answer.
Thanks, Councillor. And Councillor Blais, please, on in camera.
Just one follow-up question to Mr. Kirkpatrick from Councillor McRae's questions. When would you expect your update from a timeline perspective?
The update in terms of the assessment of responsibility
and your recommended or your...
As I said earlier, in response to Councillor Dean's question, I can't answer that yet. There's not enough apparent. I think Mr. O'Connor, in answering Councillor Dean's related question, identified some of the actions that we have to do, some of the work that we have to do. And until we get into it, I can't really tell you exactly how long it would take. But it would be, as Councillor Clark indicated, certainly within the term of this council, and I would assume prior to the summer break.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to wrap up on my motion, and I've been listening to what...
I think we have another councillor, so if you want to wait, Councillor Monette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. I know there's a reluctance to going in camera. What I'm trying to figure out is why is there any reluctance? If there is a report that will be coming forward, would it not be beneficial to yourself, Mr. Kirkpatrick, to have the feelings of the members around the table in camera where they're able to express your views on this? Would that not be able when you're submitting your report down the road?
Mayor, I have, through discussions that have taken place before this meeting and listening carefully during this meeting, I believe I have a pretty good understanding of what the feelings of members of council are on it. And I think looking at the benefit of further discussion there against the potential risks that Mr. O'Connor has outlined, I would concur with him and recommend to council that council not go in camera today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Conseiller. Councillor Deans, to wrap up in your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I have listened to what the city manager and the city solicitor have said, and I understand the sensitivity. I also understand the sensitivity of having frank conversation in an open forum, which is obviously most often desirable. But in this case, related to personnel issues, I think that there is a lot of sensitivity, and there are some things that I think as a member of council should be said in closed session by way of informing the city manager and the city solicitor of the views of the representatives of the people going through this process. And in my mind, this is a dialogue, not a monologue. And as a member of council, I think that it's very important that we share our expectations in terms of ensuring that accountability is the outcome of this in a timely fashion. So maybe just one, that's all I have to say about that. That's why I think we should go on camera today. But just one question, that is, what is the time frame? When will you report back to council?
I think we heard that from before the summer break.
Mayor, I'll reiterate what I expressed to Councillor Blais and responding to him prior to the summer break.
Prior to the summer break?
The summer break of council.
Okay. Those are my reasons for going in camera, asking to go in camera.
Yeas and nays on Councillor Dean's motion, please.
Councillor Chiarelli?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Hume? Councillor McCrae?
No.
Conseiller Monette?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Clark?
No.
Mayor Watson?
No.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay. So on item 2, Airport Independent Review, Airport Parkway Review, received. The next item that has public delegations is item 6, Elections 2014, Advance Vote Dates and Times. It's pretty straightforward. I don't think we need a presentation, so we'll go to we have a delegation from City for All Women Initiative and the Coalition of Community Health Resource Centers. Muja Dia Kajwan Khan Potter, Don Welsh, and Euphrasie Amidi. If they would like to come and take a seat, you have 5 minutes, and welcome. I think we have, you're presenting a gift, I understand, of a rose, so I believe staff are dealing with that, and the floor is yours. Sorry, before I forget, Mr. DeVries, I apologize. I should have thanked you. Thank you very much for a very thorough report. I enjoyed working with you, and we appreciate your professionalism. Thank you. Apologize. So if you would like to introduce yourself, and you're speaking to item number 6, Elections 2014, Advance Vote Dates and Times.
Good morning. Well, it was morning. Members of Council and Honourable Mayor. My name is Dawn Welch, and I'm a resident of Heather Manor in Councillor Dean's ward. I am joined today by Khadija Khan Potter, who is a resident of Mechanicsville and who is in Councillor Hobbs' ward, and she is an active member, active community leader. As participants in the training of civil engagement co-sponsored by Cowie and the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers, we are accompanied by Euphrasie, immediate community developer at Southeast Ottawa Community Centre and a member of Cowie's steering committee. Our presence today is one way of celebrating International Women's Week with you. The roses are from us in the celebration of your commitment to the women's equality. Members of the City Council and staff are invited to our graduation and the launch of the report, Making Votes Count Where We Live, tomorrow at between 3 and 4:30 in Jean Piggott Place. This is part of a three-year project to increase voter turnout in low-income neighborhoods and among residents living on low income in both urban and in rural areas. Supported by the 5 community health and resource centers, women living in low-income areas have been conducting focus groups and meetings with key informants to identify barriers and supports to voting and the strategies to address them. We would like to thank Catherine Bergeron and her staff for meeting with our members and of our working team and providing very helpful information. We look forward to working with the elections officers in the future. We are here today to speak in favor of the recommendation to add additional voting days with longer hours. In our research, many residents reported that they did vote and felt proud to vote as civic duty and opportunity to have their voices heard. And yet, they name many barriers they and their neighborhoods face. Speaking from personal experience, when I interact with the people in my building, I realize that the simple living in poverty adds so many complications to daily life that they don't set aside time to think about elections. The report to be released tomorrow offers strategies and actions that can be taken by government and community organizations and residents in turn this around.
As someone who is an active leader in my community, I know how important this is. Of the 10 barriers we identified, one of them is that people find it hard to get to the polls. This in part is due to the lack of transportation, juggling with child care and multiple demands in their daily lives. Some commented that the hours of the poll did not fit their schedules. Others said that if the weather is bad and it takes them a while to get there, they are less likely to vote. There was a strong appreciation for advanced polls that take place right in the building, such as the Ottawa community housing or the long-term care facility. The more options they have for time to vote and days to vote, the more likely they will vote. As a concern was raised about transportation to the polls, especially for seniors, people with mobility challenges, and women with children, it was felt that having the polls in areas frequented by people in low income and easily accessible to by public transportation was the key. Among the options suggested were shopping centers, but we can see in your report that you find this not to be a practical options. Given that the 3 city sites proposed are well-known with easy bus access and that they would be open for longer hours, offering additional days, we believe this would contribute to increased voting. For this reason, we encourage you to vote in favor of these recommendations. We want to propose an additional recommendation that comes from another one of our findings. In spite of the election office being proactive in providing the public with information about when and where to vote, we found that many people on low income were not voting because they lacked information.
If I could just, at your time, were you wanting 5 minutes each? Do you each have a presentation, or were you going to wrap up because we're coming to the 5-minute mark? What would you like to do?
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Well, but take a couple more minutes because you're three individuals. So
Okay. Just to shorten it, to help address these barriers, we offer this additional recommendation that the election office work closely with community partners to help ensure that the medium and message about voting places times reaches residents who are disadvantaged. So the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers, COWI, and residents working on this project would be happy to work in partnership with you to help make this happen. Thank you for your consideration of our recommendation. Merci beaucoup.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you also for the lovely rose and for the session that we're going to have tomorrow, and for your presentation. And I know that, as you mentioned, you've been dealing with Ms. Bergeron, which we appreciate you consulting with her as well. Thank you. Councillor Deans.
Thank you for your presentation. Again, thank you for the rose, and thank you for being here today. I just wanted to ask the Deputy City Clerk a question arising out of your recommendation. So to the Deputy City Clerk, could you just tell us how you will address the issues?
Just a second, Councillor Deans. Any questions to the delegation?
No, just out of revising.
Does anyone have a question to Councillor Eglai? We'll deal with that in the normal order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my question goes to your second point about your sense that certain groups are not voting because they're not getting access to information. Can you give us some sense of how you think we may be able better to get that information out to those voting groups?
This is a 3-year project. We're in the first phase, and right now we have a culture and groups of community members from COWI and Coalition of Health and Resource Center creating this roundtable civic engagement and coalitions, so that that is part of what we're doing to make things happen.
I guess what I'm asking is, while we have the people in the room and the motions on the floor, are there some concrete steps you could suggest that we could perhaps ask staff or direct staff to look at them? And I see the clerk shaking her head no. Can the clerk explain why no?
Mr. Mayor, and I hate to intervene at this point, but there is the Municipal Elections Act does endow the city clerk of most municipalities, all municipalities, to, and if I can read the exact section, the clerk shall provide electors, candidates, candidates and persons who are eligible to be electors with information to enable them to exercise their rights under this act. So, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Mayor, that is a statutory obligation that I am required to carry out. I can, just as a way of background, advise to this committee that we are meeting with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the French Language Services Advisory Committee. We have been, my staff have been meeting with the COWI group.
Sorry, Mr. O'Connor, we're getting into the same issue, Councillor Dean, so we're just going to hear from the delegation. Do you have anything else, Councillor Eglai, to ask of the delegation?
No, that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great. All right, so Councillor Deans, you had a thank you very much. Unless there's no other questions.
I think you let Councillor Eglai ask my question, and I think the city solicitor answered it.
Okay. And Councillor Eglai, you're satisfied with that?
What you're saying, Mr. Clerk, is that you're already undergoing consultation to get the information out to as many people as possible.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the delegation. Councillor Blois to staff.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor, and I should have actually given a heads up to staff on this. When I look at the advanced polls, and I don't disagree with the report before us, but when I look at the advanced polls, there's obviously some real regional discrepancies, and there are a couple of reasons for that. One of them is a historic way of doing advanced polls in some wards that recognizes the demographics. But when I look at, and probably this is with full credit to the councillor for Bay Ward, the if we were to correlate the number of advanced polling stations versus the actual votes, there's really not much correlation, and I'd hope that one of these reports would be an opportunity to review the number of polling stations and the cost that comes with them in terms of maybe reducing some of the advanced polling stations. And I'm going to use the example of Bay Ward, where day 1 had 31 advance polls and day 2 had 1, and yet the votes that are recorded here are only 575 for 30-some-odd stations, and yet on the second day, 3,879 votes. And I don't know if I'm reading the numbers wrong or if there's an error in those votes. It just seems so contrary to any prevailing wisdom or notion I might have.
Mr. Mayor, just by way of information, I'll first advise that Ms. Bergeron sent her regrets. She was unable to attend today. She's actually sick, and I probably shouldn't say that. And we have with us Tyler Cox and Paul Richard, who are the elections coordinators, so they're just sharing with the deputy.
And in fairness, to pull something like that out and throw it out on the floor isn't always fair to staff, and I'm quite prepared to get the information offline.
Thank you for that, Councillor Blois.
Provide
so on the report as presented, carried. The next, so we have no other delegations. So our next item is the Office of the Auditor General Work Plan, and we have Councillor McCray is going to bring forward a motion on an issue we talked about with respect to the bridge. So, Councillor McCray, if you'd like to introduce the motion, and it should be up on the screen.
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
The bottom line for me is that we just finished a very thorough, very detailed debate, I believe, about the review from the third-party reviewer for the Airport Parkway Cycling and Pedestrian Bridge. My view, Mr. Mayor, is that there is some leadership that our new Auditor General could show us on this file with regards to providing oversight in general of the report that should come back to committee and council as to whether the recommendations were done. Simple as that, Mr. Mayor. Another independent person to say, here's the recommendations, and they did what they said they were going to do.
Okay. So we have this motion before us. Mr. Auditor General, maybe since you're at the table, is this something that you feel comfortable doing? We'll just get his microphone on. Okay.
There we go. Mr. Mayor, absolutely, we could certainly incorporate this into our plan. We, as you can see from the draft plan that we submitted, we indicated that we would be returning to infrastructure services, and we can incorporate this into our work plan for this year.
Okay. Thank you. On the McCray motion, carried. And any questions of the Auditor General on his work plan as recommended by the audit? Councillor Clark?
Are you enjoying yourself yet?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I did indicate that the city manager would speak to the bridge issue. I wanted to get this motion out of the way first, so I'm going to actually go back to City Manager Kent Kirkpatrick, who had some comments with respect to the bridge. Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would actually appreciate the opportunity to speak to it, and Nancy Shepherd's had some comments as well. I've asked Nancy if she was able to get most of her points out during the answers to the questions. She said she was, except for one major point, and it's one that I would like to reiterate, make as well, and that is that both Nancy and I and executive management apologize to council for the result that has been achieved to date, or the lack of the result that's been achieved to date with regards to this project. And just very quickly, on-rolls and responsibilities. It came up a lot during the committee discussion today. It's an issue that has come up many times over the last year in the discourse of this project. And I'd like to reiterate what I've said in the past, and that is that management is responsible for the management of this project and the failure of this project to date. And your executive management knows that council is responsible for the governance of this municipality, which, as was stated earlier today, includes the accountability and transparency for the city's operations and the activities of the senior management in that regard. I'd like to highlight, as I've done in the past, that Councillor McCrae has been diligent in her pursuing those governance responsibilities on this project from early on. And in fact, as she related earlier, it was from Councillor McCrae that I first heard of the fact that this project was in trouble. And I want to say that your executive and senior management take the activities related to accountability and transparency very seriously. And as the Mayor mentioned, this project is a major embarrassment for the city. And as the public delegation earlier pointed out, it has had a serious impact on the reputation of the city. And this is a very serious impact that is on top of the over-expenditure of funds and the delay in the delivery of needed infrastructure. And in ways, it is a tragic result. Since amalgamation, ISD has delivered over $1 billion worth of well-managed projects. But that doesn't cover off this failure, and it doesn't cover off the concern that this failure could be repeated. And I think a lot of the discussion that happened today at committee is focused on that very fact. Mr. DeVries has done an assessment of what caused or contributed to this problem, what has been fixed to date, and what is left to do. And we've committed that we will come back with an action plan within 6 weeks on how we're going to go do that. This project failed in part because there were failures in the performance of individuals and failures by overall management in ensuring that staff had the policies, the procedures, and systems of oversight to ensure performance. You've heard from Mr. DeVries, and I believe, in my own opinion, that ISD management has already implemented a lot of the change that's needed to rectify that. But there is a lot of work that remains to be done to complete the work required. I'd just like to conclude by assuring Council of 3 things. The first, that as we've stated, the changes that are recommended in Mr. DeVries' review will be implemented, and I will report back periodically on that progress, starting within 6 weeks with the action plan in that regard. Secondly, I can also assure Council that I will create and implement a roadmap to reinforce clear accountability for all staff of the city, and I will report back on that as well. And I can tell you that that will focus on ensuring that in job descriptions there is a very clear definition of the accountability that is related to a position, and that in ongoing performance, discussions of accountability take place as part of the city's performance development process and individual contribution agreement process, which is our language here at the city for performance reviews. And finally, I've said earlier, and I'll just conclude, that I had said in the past that I'd wait for the third-party independent review prior to beginning the assessment of the responsibility and discipline for the failure in this project. And we are now able to begin that work, and we will report back on that prior to Council's summer break. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. So item number 12, disposition of 2013 tax and rate-supported operating surplus deficit. I believe it was Councillor Deans had asked that we hold this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one short question to the City Treasurer, and it is about recommendation number 3, that the deficit of $1.265 million in police services be funded from the Citywide Capital Reserve Fund. Is that how it always happens? Is that traditional, that the Citywide Reserve funds the deficit in the police service budget?
Mr. Mayor, that is how it happens. The police services does not get their surpluses, and so we cover their deficits in years they are in a deficit. I do want to point out, though, that the deficit is not in their operations. The deficit is actually in their non-departmental accounts, and it's primarily as a result of lower supplementary assessment revenue coming in. They share in that because they have their own tax rate, so it wasn't as a result of their operations. It's really in their tax accounts where the deficit occurred, and we traditionally cover it from the citywide reserve because they don't get their surpluses.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you. It was good to see contribution to the Environmental Lands Acquisition Reserve Fund as well. On the report as presented, carried. Information previously distributed was the Economic Development Update, February 2014. Notices of motion for consideration at subsequent meetings. None. Inquiries. Received none. Other business. Councillor Hume has a motion that will require suspension of the rules with respect to the membership of the Endowment Fund Investment Committee because someone is retired. So on suspension of the rules. Carried. Councillor Hume, if you'd like to introduce the motion, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you're exactly right. It's a very quick motion. One of our staff have retired, and we're appointing the Deputy City Treasurer to the Endowment Fund Investment Committee in place of the Deputy Treasurer Controller. So it's fairly self-evident that...
I think it's Ms. Monkman.
It's Ms. Monkman, exactly.
Yeas and nays?
Carried.
Carried. All right. Good.
There you go.
Thank you. Adjournment? Carried. And our next meeting is the 4th of March. La prochaine réunion, c'est le 4 mars. Oh, I'm sorry.
Next meeting, the March 4th. Sorry.
I'm sorry, apologize. The next meeting is the 1st of April, 2014. No. Thank you. Merci.